Hello? Can you hear me now? Is it better? Hello? Can you hear me now? Is it better? Can I be heard now? Sorry about that. I don't know why I suddenly started having audio problems. So, I don't know. I also don't know why it's doubling. Oh, I see why. Okay, sorry about all that. Um, so for today, yay, you can hear me. Okay, good. So, we're going to be going over some history stuff today. There's a fellow historian, Cypher, um, but he's also known as the cynical historian. And so we're going to look at some of his really good content. He recently finished writing a book. I'm going to put it on my throne. And, if you would like to help fund that, you're always welcome to. Um, Let me know if there's any echoing. Just want to make sure because now I'm using a completely different microphone. And so the most recent book that I've been reading is this one. And I think it's very fascinating. I definitely think that it's a good read. It's a good read. Good read. So anyway, let's get into the content. Get into the content. Hello, Cat. It's good to see you. Let's see. I'm doing very well. I hope you're doing well. I have been watching a show, and one of the characters said the Jewish bedtime prayer. Yeah, yeah. Please do ask me about it. Um, Let me see if I have my Siddur here, because sometimes they're a little different. Typically not though. But yeah, do ask your. Also, if you would like me to do a derail, you have the link to my Ko-fi, and for $5, we can do a derail. Okay, that's the new thing because I know people have a lot of videos that they want me to watch, but this is to, you know, also give people an incentive, right, to feel comfortable. Blessed are you. What does that mean? Is one blessing God? No. It's saying that you're blessed are you, right? That Hashem is holy. It's not a human being blessing Hashem. It's that we're recognizing that God is blessed. Right? God is blessing as such. So okay. So sorry about that. I'm having a little bit of technical difficulties, but there will be less because I will be I will be starting to stream more often. So yeah. Anyway, so let's move on to the content before I get lost again. Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's acknowledging God. A lot of our prayers are recognizing, like, for example, if you see a rainbow, right, you're saying, "Blessed are you, Lord our God, Master, King of the universe," right? And that's the formula, right? And then it change, and then the last part changes, right? So that's when you say things like, for for having this sign that is a rainbow appear to show your mercy and blah blah blah, right? Also, please tell me if I'm echoing. I don't think I am, but I just want to make sure. See, this is the reason why, even though I was asked by someone to do lectures and upload them on YouTube, I'm always like, well, I don't want to do something so niche that people don't want to watch it, right? That's always been my thing. Um, because I talk about things that are not really commonly discussed, especially in the United States. So there's already, issues with that. Yes, yes, you are a mod planet. Here, let me put the closed captions. Which, by the way, do check out my Patreon. It's on my channel, patreon.com/Shakespeare. You don't hear echo? Okay, good. Okay, good. Just wanted to make sure. And look, Cypher is an academic historian like myself. And so, because of that, um, it's interesting to see a different teaching style, but also how someone, no audio on the video. What's happening there? Is it working now? Let me play it a little. Can people hear it now? Any sound now? Okay. So I'm gonna leave it playing while I mess around with the sound a little bit.
Were the framework of power through which the United States would eventually
Now
emerge.
can people hear it?
This was not a linear progression. There were many false starts. Long before Columbus sailed the ocean blue in 1492, there had been European contact with the New World. Nordic people first made contact from the north, though there were rumors of what were called papars, meaning Pope or Catholic people, rumored to have come before. There was the mythical land of Thule, which might be Iceland. An island called St. Brendan's became the first of many so-called phantom islands when it was charted in 512. These were rumored landmasses out in the Atlantic, which could be sightings of something as small as the Bahamas. later be mapped onto other places in the New World, such as the Antilles and Brazil. And there was a consistent legend that a Prince Modoc of Wales had traveled to the New World, leaving what were called Welsh Indians. None of these fables can be borne out with evidence, but the first Europeans we know to have made it to the New World did believe in such papar legends. Ingolfur Arnarsson was the first Norseman to colonize Iceland in 874. In traveling to Iceland and colonizing those barren lands, Norse sailors would often get blown adrift, as did happen to Gunnbjorn Olfsson, who professed to have found a new land. So an outcast named Eric the Red set out to colonize it in the 980s, though they called it Greenland.
Oh, you know what? You know what?
It was anything but. It was a strikingly barren land, so many later colonists would go south in order to find timber. Eric the Red's son, Leif Erikson, landed in what would be Newfoundland sometime in the early thousands. They called it Vinland because of its better growing potential. It was a very short-lived colony due to conflicts with the native people, known in Norse as Skrælings, or Little People. But the northern shores of Newfoundland continued to be a timbering place for centuries after that, with the last timber ship leaving Greenland that we know of in 1347. The Greenland settlement had its last letter from any settlers in 1448, only half a century before Europe would be made fully aware of the New World. But developments in Europe had to turn their gaze outward in order to make that possible. The great naval powers of the continent were Portugal, France, England, Naples, Venice, and the newly united crowns that would eventually form Spain, though Castile and Aragon remained separate kingdoms at this point. Naples and Venice were too small to have sought a larger empire, so that left England, France, Spain, and Portugal, who all happened to be on the western end of Europe, which was just in time for a new power to arise on the eastern end, the Ottoman Empire. Merchant trade with the East was a significant part of European wealth, most of which flowed over the Silk Road. But as the Ottoman
So, one of the things that needs to be understood here is this Europe turning outward, because yes, you have Norsemen. Because yes, hello, Philippe. You have Norsemen who do go to Greenland and to Finland, and then later to what they would call Markland, right? Which is essentially like Quebec, northern Quebec, and part of Labrador. That was done because, like, the reason why people Vikinged, why they began to do those actions. Better? Is it better now? don't. I don't know. It should be working, I guess. Keep letting me know if it seems I'm having too many audio problems. Then I can do something about that. Um, yeah, but it's very good to see you, Cat, and sorry for all those in Twitch stream as well. Like, don't feel trying to fix it. Trying to fix it. If you'd like to help my research in some way, you can always do so also by going to my throne. As well as going to my Ko-fi. Ko-fi is better if you would like to, help me right now directly. I know I put a fund on Throne, but I recognize that not everybody has access to Throne, especially if you're in another country. But if you would like to either go to Throne and help buy, help, sponsor essentially some of these books that I need for my research, I would very much appreciate that. Like this one right here, Anything But Mexican, needed for this article I want to write. We have $5 on it so far. You don't have to pay the whole thing, but we're 13% funded. So if you'd like to help me get that, that's a good thing. Also, if we reach that goal, then I will do a bit more content as well. So good. I'm glad. Okay, good. So that's what is meant by the Ottomans threatened the Silk Road. Essentially, because the Eastern Roman Empire was gone and the successor states, right, more or less, right, had finished, were gone now. The Ottoman Empire essentially had the monopoly on the goods that flowed into Europe, right? And so this is why you have Venice, right, earlier on in the Middle Ages, right, being deeply tied to the Ottoman Empire, right? It is given the ability, once you have the conquest of Constantinople in 1453, often a year given as like the beginning of the Renaissance or the early modern period, but that's up for contention, like because there were many Renaissances, quote unquote, but that's often used as like an important, chapter, an end of a particular chapter that people can recognize. So after this, with no longer having access via Christian states, essentially, that's when you begin to either get states that, particularly the merchant republics, like Genoa, Leghorn, as it was called for a long time, but it's Livorno, Venice, etc., right, where they would make deals with the Ottomans. And indeed, there were Genoese and Venetian sections of Istanbul, right, where Venetians could do their trading. So that's one thing I just want to add here to this PowerPoint, that it threatened the Silk Road. It essentially made it so that it had the monopoly on the Silk Road. Then you have the Renaissance, which, again, there were many Renaissances, right? Like, people recognize that, like, the Italian one happened far sooner than the one that happened in England, right? And in fact, in England, we know an end date, right, which is 1642. Why 1642? Because that's when the Puritans got in control of the government and closed all of the theaters. So, and in fact, I will get friend of the stream, William Shakespeare, to remind us that the golden age, or as some people might call it, whatever, of the Renaissance was when drama was the major genre form, right? Most of the great advances culturally often are tied to, this guy right here, but also, other people as well. So that's just something to keep in mind. Spain's also happened differently, right? And theirs was very different too because they already had started colonizing the New World. So suddenly you start to get Don Quixote de la Mancha, right? La vida es un sueño, La vida es sueño, right? Blah, 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 all these different wonderful texts, right? In fact, like, I think it was, I'm forgetting the name right now, but like, there are more Spanish Renaissance plays than there are English ones, right? English language ones, right? So the way how this question was once posed to me was, how many more Shakespeares are there? And I kind of took issue with that question. Like, well, we're not looking for other Shakespeares. The point is that the Spanish stage was far more prolific than the English stage. So much so that you have the Spanish tragedy, which is by a Kidd, by John Kidd, I think is his name, KYD. And then you also have, you have depictions of Geronimo, right, which is Jerónimo, right? In fact, I think the line is Geronimo has gone mad again is one of those. But they reference a lot of Spanish theater, right? Why? Because essentially the two countries that were going through their Renaissance at more or less the same time, although Spain started slightly earlier. In fact, the period prior to the Renaissance, right, you have the early modern period. But they often call like the Tudor period and all that, they call that, and I find it quite fitting, is the drab ages, right? Like, yes, they were still doing cultural production. They always are, right? Cultures do that. But it was the drab ages, right? Because it didn't have what came to characterize Renaissance English theater. Right? The Grand Wizard of Drama. Yeah. Canada has another Renaissance. Well, that's the thing, is like, what do we mean by Renaissance, right? This is the reason why people prefer to not call it the Renaissance, but the early modern period, right? Because I'm not saying that it would be wrong to call it the Renaissance. It is, but there's also some issues with how people understand it, right? Like, because, so during the late Roman period, so this would be the Byzantines, as they're sometimes called, the Islamic world, particularly under the late Umayyad and early and also the Abbasid Caliphate, once Baghdad had been built, I believe it was the Caliph Abdul Malik, I believe, but I could be wrong, that essentially starts saying that he wants texts from all over the world, right, to be, and this was called the translation movement in the Islamic world. And there were people in Baghdad that were like 40-something translators. And in fact, if you brought a book that the caliph did not own to his library, this is what they say, that he would pay you its weight in gold, right? But what this meant is that a lot of the works of Aristotle, Plato, etc., we kind of get from a weird detour, right? Because the people, right, the former Roman Empire of the West, Greece and the Eastern Empire, they kind of had moved away from that stuff, right? But it was all translated into Arabic, and that's how we have those texts preserved, right? And it's not a complete thing, obviously there were, etc. But that's why people say the fall of the Byzantine Empire is kind of the start of the Renaissance, because that's when you get all of these Greek-speaking painters, right, and artists and scholars going to Western Europe, right, and bringing their techniques and their knowledge over there, right? Hence why one of the most famous Spanish painters is El Greco, the Greek, My favorite political commentary is a painting from the Renaissance called The Blind Leading the Blind. Interesting. So that's another thing to keep in mind, right? When it comes to the Reformation, yes, we all know Martin Luther on Halloween went to, was it Erfurt? Oh no, pardon me, Wittenberg Church, right? And nailed the 95 Theses. But it kind of forgets the fact that there already were these discussions before, right? It's not as though, it was completely new. The Diet of Worms. Yes, hello, Bad Lefty. It's so nice to see you. Um, so what you get is essentially the Reformation, and then you have what is called the Catholic Reformation, right? Because then it also changed in response to this, right? Over many things. In fact, we can actually see that the Protestant desire for more simple architecture, right, without so much the Baroque ornamentation, is actually something that did influence Catholic countries, obviously. And the example of this is, oddly enough, like the paradigm of Renaissance Spanish, palaces, the Escorial, right? If you look at the way how it's actually very muted. It doesn't have all of the Baroque accoutrements, right, added onto it. Instead, it's more austere, and that's because of the influence from the Low Countries or the Netherlands, right, and other such things. But that the Catholic Reformation also involved things like that. Like, we need to stop having so much ornamentation, and we have the example at Escorial, where it's far more like a Protestant architecture than a Catholic architecture. Yeah, people call it the Counter-Reformation, but the reason why a lot of historians have changed this is because the Catholicism itself had a Reformation, right? Like, that's what Martin Luther's initial desire was for the church to have a Reformation inside of it. But when that didn't happen, that's when he broke off from the church, right? And so that, you get the wars of religion, which culminate in the 30 Years' War, which was devastating, like absolutely devastating. In some places, you lost as much as half of the population. Like, that's just, I'm using very small examples. I don't want to make it seem as though that was like, a whole country. But there were areas where it was so bad, fights between Protestants and Catholics, that in essence you got, a huge depletion of people. So the term that I use is the Catholic Reformation, right? Because it's to recognize that they also went through a period of Reformation as well. So people know what if people should know what the five soli are, right? But the way how I like to sort of say is that because it's used in if you look at Luther's Catechism, which I have a copy but haven't read it in a while, it's a rose, right? That's why it's the five soli, because it's a rose. And if you look at the Lutheran church, like Lutheran symbols, they will often have a five-petaled rose, right? You have sola fide, sola scriptura, etc., 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 right? Anglicanism is an interesting thing which develops, like, yes, people think about Henry VIII and blah, 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 right? Yes. He wanted to get a divorce. The Pope wouldn't allow a divorce. Blah, blah, blah. At least that's how it's taught. But what happened when you disestablish the Catholic Church in England is you begin, and this is an important thing in the history of capitalism, is that all of those monasteries and their property now becomes property of the state, right? So when they get rid of all the Catholic things and they have the Act of Supremacy, etc., those monasteries, which had paintings, which had gold, which had land, right, that was under cultivation, right, by serfs, etc., now all of that was now in the state's hands. And that's what you see in a lot of places where they choose Protestantism. And I would say in a very vulgar way, I'm not trying to say, this was their only motivation. Obviously not. Their faith, etc. But some people have noted, right, that, like, when, I believe is it East Prussia or is it Brandenburg? I can't remember. But one of the first monarchs to really do this, I believe he actually was like a priest ruler, right? Like, he was an ecclesiastical ruler over a place. I can't remember off the top of my head. But instead of not being able to have children and not being able to now get all of the money from the churches in his kingdom, he decided to stop to join, right, the Reformation side, right, the Protestant side, and then got to get all of the wealth and centralized power in the state. So that's another thing we have to understand, is that you also have all of this dispossession happening, right? along with the religious wars, right? Protestant countries are taking the lands of monasteries. Not that Catholic countries aren't doing similar things either, but it's just another thing to add to this understanding. With Anglicanism, it's important because of the fact that then you have the active supremacy, right? Which is very different from what ends up happening with the Peace of Westphalia and all that stuff, right? So that's one thing to keep in mind, right? Anglicanism, it doesn't exist in a vacuum. It's not just because he wanted a divorce. It's also because then it concentrates power in the crown, right? Ireland felt the consequences. Yes, indeed. They raided everything. A bishopric, yeah, a prince-bishopric type of thing. So monarchical rivalries. The classic one is, of course, England and France, right? 100 Years' War. But you also have the Austrian Empire, right, and some of the Italian states, right, that eventually it will conquer, and it will stay that way more or less until Napoleon, right? Like, you have this going back and forth of Lombardy, Venetia, blah, 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 and these other states, right, like Savoy, which doesn't exist anymore. The Low Countries and such, right? Hanover, blah, 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 all of these different rivalries. And then some of those rivalries heat up because of the religion thing, right? Like England won't accept Catholics to be monarchs, right? Hence why James II was the last monarch, right? Then you have the Glorious Revolution, right? Which is called glorious because what was it? It was William of Orange, right, becoming King of England, right, uniting two Protestant lands, right? So they went back up the family tree to find Electress. Oh gosh, what's her name? Alexandra, I think. But the Electress of Hanover, right? No, Electress Sophia, I should say. And through that's how they found. In fact, Sophia was going to become Queen of England. They wanted her. She was very well educated, right? Was known for having a lot of Enlightenment figures. She had, many years letters writing with Voltaire, etc., etc. So, she was, seen as this kind of enlightened, quote unquote, right, monarch. But one day she was walking out in the garden and there was a storm and she died. So that's why there isn't Queen Sophia of England. But instead, her sons, I believe, George I, Georg, right, in German, he became the next to the throne, and he was married to the daughter of Electra Sophia. So you have it that now you have the Hanoverian family, right? So that meant that there were rivalries that existed both on the continent against Hanover and against England, right? And France and England being, two opposing states where a lot of Catholics and where a lot of the court, right, after the execution of Charles I, right, moved to, right, they moved to France. If I was orange, I wouldn't let people call me that in newspapers. True. That reminds me, I got this one book to read and maybe I'll write a review about it, because it was given to me, and if you want to use it for a review, right? And it's about Trump, right? But it is the brightest orange it's like American Fanta orange. You know what I mean? It's so beyond orange. It's unbelievable. So you have all of these rivalries. Also, again, with Prussia and Austria later on, if you have the Hohenzollern, and then you have that too, right? And the Reconquista. I've always found it strange that they call it this, and the historian Maria Elena Martinez talks about that people count 1492 as being the end of the Reconquista, but it really had ended 200 years before. Granada existed, right, as a complete, essentially under the suzerainty of Castile and Leon, right? They had to pay tribute, right? All of their things which would qualify them as a modern day state were controlled by Castile and Leon. That's why they lost so quickly, right? Because they essentially couldn't really have a huge standing army, blah blah blah, etc. So with Granada, right, you have the an end of parts of the later part of it, if you want to put it that way. Maria Elena Martinez makes a good case for why it actually ended 200 years before, because then there were no longer any rival states that weren't tributary states. Let's not desecrate the good name of orange. True. Orange is such a lovely color and a delicious fruit. Almost glowing, toxically orange. Yeah. One thing I've always found really interesting is that the word for orange, right, in some languages, actually tells you who introduced the fruit. Right. Because people know that orange comes from Arabic, right? Naranja, that became naranja in Spanish, but still naranja. And then it becomes orange in French, right? And then you get orange, right? So the fruit pre-existed the color. Before, they used to call everything orange red, right? That's why redheads are called redheads, even though their hair is orange, right? Because before, they used to just subsume everything in the color red. But with oranges, you actually have it where in Farsi, it's Portugal. Portugal is how you call an orange. And how do you say it in Greek? Portokalos. Portugal. Portugal was the country that introduced oranges to that part of the world. So you have Portugal in Farsi and Portokalos. In fact, the last name in My Big Fat Greek Wedding, their name is Portokalos, literally orange. Like their name is literally the name of the fruit, orange. Right? So
Empire arose, they could threaten that Silk Road. In 1453, Constantinople, now called Istanbul, fell to the Ottomans, thereby extinguishing the only remains of the Roman Empire, traditionally differentiated as the Byzantines, for an earlier name of Constantinople. And they did not end there, continuing to expand into Europe and even...
By the way, Istanbul, it also comes from Greek. Like the people that say that, they changed it, but there already were multiple names for Constantinople. Byzantium, and something that later became Istanbul. So the people that say, see how they got rid of the... Actually, no. The people that lived there called it Istanbul.
Besieging Vienna in 1529. Their expansion would only be curtailed in 1571 with the naval battle of Lepanto. Christian merchants traveling through the Ottoman Empire...
By the way, 1571 is an important thing for my own research, which again, if you'd like to support me in some way, you can either do so by going to my Ko-fi, right? Or to my Throne, and there you can, on Throne, you can help support me in terms of academics, right, with sponsoring a book. It doesn't have to be the full amount, but if you'd like to. Again, please take care of yourselves first. But if you'd like to, directly help me right now, definitely Ko-fi. Sorry, 1571. Why is it important? That's the year that Spain opened up the first Inquisition in the Americas. Why? Because there were Jews in the Americas. That's why they had to have the Inquisition. Because what did it do in Spain? Who did it go against? And so 1571, when the Ottomans lose this during the Siege of Vienna, right, at the same time, across the ocean, Spain is establishing the Inquisition.
To pay exorbitant fees, so while they never completely blocked the Silk Road, the Ottomans did threaten it. An influx of manuscripts from the fallen Byzantine Empire led to what is known as humanism, as in looking at antiquity for philosophical guidance. There'd already been a rise in Florentine private banking, which allowed for a buildup of wealth in Italy. The combination of...
And another thing, too, is this is what people don't... This is why last stream I was talking about how central banks work. We can go into the history of banking if people want. I think it actually would be very instructive. People forget that the Fuga family, the Medici, they became wealthy off of banking, right? Through investment, through loans. right? Because this is when you start to get a change in attitudes vis-a-vis the sin of usury. Anti-Semitism has always been a European project, right? And so, in this sense, what we need to focus here is that there was a revolution that did happen, right? And it was that now, as this is going on, and I've actually written about this. In fact, I actually wrote an article that talks about this, but in relationship to the Kingdom of Naples, because at some point that was under Spanish control, right? But they were good Catholics, right? But this is the question. Excuse me. Could Catholics charge interest? And so they found a way around that by saying, well, we're not paying interest on the loan, we're just paying a fee, right? That's what the church says. Like, you can't do usury, but you can get a fee in return, right? For profit. However, over time, you have the Monte di Pietà, right? Starting, which it still exists. It exists here in Mexico. It's called Monte de Piedad. Like, it's literally, it's a pawn shop, but it's also a bank. So people can do banking through it. And that's kind of how it started, right? Like, people would deposit money, get a certificate of deposit, so to speak, right? I know certificate of deposit is a different financial instrument now, but just, right, that's essentially, let's say an IOU, right? It says I have 20 pesos in the bank, 20 gold pesos in the bank. And you go to buy something from a merchant, right, in Venice. And so you write a contract to him saying, oh, this, I am giving you 5 gold pesos. You don't have it on you, right? But when they take it to the bank, which also had different branches, right, like in Venice, like in Milan, etc., then they would take it there and then they could redeem that amount in gold, right? So it's this stuff here where you start to get questions in the states that are not under papal control, like Venice, etc., to allow the charging of minimal interest. And this changed everything, right? Because now you had the concept of compounding interest, right, as opposed to simple interest. And this is stuff that I researched much more in depth, and maybe I'll do a stream about it, just that. I might even bring my article, at least to read excerpts from it, and maybe I'll kind of write it in a slightly different form, but point being, Muslims too, yeah, in the Islamic world, yes, you have it where they have invented what is called Islamic banking, right? And so they don't take interest in right. They instead say, oh, well, we're just charging a fee, right, for every cycle, right? Some people say, well, that's just usury with extra steps. Again, the way how banking works requires, right, like, in order for the bank to be profitable, that it is able to get paid interest, right? That's how that works.
This wealth and humanism is what's known as the Renaissance.
One could just call it American Orange. So true. So true. Also, hello, Miss Frizzle. It's nice to see you on the YouTube side and not the Twitch side. That's new. Also, again, if you'd like to help me with my research right now, I'm trying to get this book here, Anything But Mexican, looking at contemporary Chicanos in Los Angeles, right? Very, very germane to what I research. It's 13% funded, $5. So if we could get it funded by the end of the stream, I will do an extra bit of content as a reward. Again, but don't feel like you need to. Otherwise, if you'd like to donate to me directly, you can go to my Ko-Fi. Right, so it's pinned. So if you'd like, but please take care of yourselves first. Don't consider me. It's the compounding interest that gets you. Right, the Merchant of Venice. Yes, I love and hate the Merchant of Venice. Because, one, the Merchant of Venice isn't Shylock. Shylock is the person that Antonio takes out a loan for Bassanio. And now I'm literally going full, like I literally should just have, like, anytime I'm talking about, like, Shakespearean stuff, I should just have Shakespeare right here, right? My little My little Shakespeare right here, right? But the thing about it is that it's a comedy. Why? Because people, when Shylock says the famous soliloquy, "Hath a Jew not eyes?" people laughed at that. It's an anti-Semitic thing. When he says, "Hath a Jew not eyes? Do you not feed us by? Do we not eat of the same food and drink of the same drink? If you tickle us, do we not laugh? If you strike, if you forget what the object is, but it's like, oh, if you stab us, do we not die?" Right? That was to be laughed at. Shylock saying, "I'm a human too," is what makes it a comedy. Right? Is what's the ha-ha type of comedy. Right? But the reason why it's a comedy is because they get married at the end. Shakespeare, the way how Renaissance plays are formulated is the following. If someone gets married at the end, that's a comedy, right? That means that's the ending. If it's a tragedy, bodies start hitting the floor, right? That's how that works. And a romance has, different elements, right? Because like The Tempest, both has tragic and comedic, right? But in the Shakespearean sense of comedy, not the ha-ha standing comic, right? Yes, little Shakespeare too. I appreciate learning from you as always, whatever platform that may be. Oh, thank you. That is very kind of you to say. So, what is it? So let's use that as a thing, right? That Antonio would repay Shylock the loan, right? For I think it's 3,000 ducats, which is a lot of money. A lot of money. Right, in 3 months, right? Which is shocking, right? Because Antonio is rich, right? But he's paying so that way Bassanio can go get laid. Essentially, that's what the whole play's about. Heard about Papa Binder? No. Siante Mohara? Yeah.
Took place, emphasizing art, architecture, and literature. More scholarly pursuits such as scientific achievements, technological development, and political understandings were reawoken during this period, hence why it's Renaissance, as in reborn. And the ideas of the Renaissance spread from Italy, especially...
Like, it's interesting because... yeah, like, there were discussions in the medieval period about princeship, right? In fact, I think Thomas Aquinas' book, De Principitatum, I think that's what it's called. It means on princeship, right? He is talking about how a leader is ethical, right? But then once you have the Renaissance, you have things like Plato's Republic, right? You have stuff like Aristotle's Nicomachean Ethics, right? Or Nicomean Ethics, however you want to pronounce that. I've heard it pronounced 1,000 different ways. You have all of these other tractates that even come from the Islamic world, right? About what a good ruler, how a state should be run. It's his birthday too. We lost a real one. He's listening to the Kingston's over here after. Romeo and Juliet. No. It's romantic insofar as it has romantic elements, but it's a tragedy because they die. If people die, it's a tragedy. Like in that way, like if that's the culmination of the whole drama, it's a tragedy. Shylock is forcefully converted to Christianity, right? He's forcefully, like, I don't know what you would want to call that, but then he says, give me leave to go. Because now he's ostracized from both the Jewish community and the Christian community, right? But point being that for Romeo and Juliet, it's a tragedy because of the end, right? They can never consummate their marriage. They can never actually be together, right? Which is something people often miss when they hear, Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou, Romeo? Right? Wherefore is why. right? Deny thy father and deny thy name, right? What is she saying? If you weren't a Capulet, or if you weren't the other family, it's escaping me right now. If it wasn't for your surname, right, which is just name, right, we wouldn't have the problem of getting together. But because you do have that father, and you do have that name, we can never be together. Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou Romeo? Why are you Romeo? Why are you a Capulet? Right, etc. Montague, yes, thank you.
Due to European involvement in the Italian wars throughout the period. Compounding that was the newly invented printing press.
I love that about tragedies. I absolutely love Giselle. But may that love never find me. Yeah, like that's the reason why I really like La Traviata, other ones where it's much more complex, right? Like that's why I like the romances, because you do have people that fall in love. You do have people that do all of that, and they actually get a chance to get married and to have a future, and that's kind of where the play ends. Even though there are deaths and other things that happen that are more tragic, that's why they're called romances, right? Because that is referencing previous and technically contemporary art form. Because Don Quixote does this, right? Don Quixote, what is he doing before he sets off on his quest? He was reading chivalric romances, right? Essentially proto-novels in many respects. And so that's kind of what's being gotten to with that as well. I posted the Waterloo Sunset. Why did the universe curse us type of begging those questions? Yeah.
Which allowed manuscripts to be published en masse and spread ideas much more rapidly. One outgrowth of the Renaissance was
And see, this is actually something that, oh gosh, do I have the book? I don't think I have this book on the top of my head. But this was something that is often viewed as a and again, I don't want to place too much stock in it, because it's just a way of thinking about it. But that essentially, when it came to the printing press, right, Europeans adopted it, right, Jews adopted it, right, with the Bamberg Talmud, right, and we can go into that some other time. But in the Arabic-speaking world, they didn't want it, right, because they focus so much on calligraphy and so much on, right, the expression through writing out things in manuscript, that they are often, and this is a simplified view of it, that they decided to forego the printing press, right? Like, we already have a system that works, that is more, that makes more sense in the way how our language sits on the page, right? Because, right, like the language being written, right, with reeds or with blooms, right? It was written, and even with these little, I remember seeing them in Syria, because I've seen people that they write like blessings, right, like Alhamdulillah and stuff like that, right? These like little wedge things. I think they're made with palm, maybe? I could be wrong. But they use that to write, and this very deep black ink. That sometimes it kind of has like a little shimmer of green in it. I don't know. But anyway. So that was a point of divergence that some people, again, I don't want to overly simplify and say, yes, this is where, but the thing was, we have a particular writing style that is not conducive to typeface. Not that didn't happen, but it never took off as it did in languages using the Roman alphabet. Right? It kind of puts my Facebook suspension into perspective. Oh my gosh.
The realization of corruption within the Catholic Church. From 1492 to 1503, there was Pope Alexander VI, whose non-regnal name was Rodrigo de Borgia, known as one of the most immoral people to occupy the papacy.
See, the thing about Alexander VI, right, is that, yeah, he was very immoral, right? People know about the stories of how he would invite sex workers into the Vatican, and for Christmas, like, make them prance around to gather chestnuts with their mouths, right? Again, that is the least, that is the only safer work thing I can bring up, because everything else is not, right? Like, having them pretend like they're animals and, like, go gather chestnuts for Christmas. Merry Christmas, right? Christmas with the Pope, so to speak. However, he also had an immoral son and an immoral daughter, Lucrezia, or Lucretia, and then, of course, the son, who many people say that Cesare or Cesar Borgia, that, or Borgia, that he is the person after whom Jesus was. There's not a lot of evidence to really substantiate that. Did people ever use him as a model? Sure, but that he became the model, it's not. Hello, made her read. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I thought it was.
Medici's, who were the biggest of the Florentine private bankers, would eventually become pope as well. One of the primary ways that the Catholic Church raised a great deal of wealth during the Renaissance was through the sale of indulgences, which supposedly forgave people for their sins through monetary donations. One monk who took particular umbrage with all this was Martin Luther, who in 15...
I also want to note, yes, this is the contention. But we also have to remember that in the Middle Ages, right, up until the defeat of the Crusader states, right, if you went on crusade, you would also have your sins expiated, right? So it's not uncommon that they use some other form of way in order to absolve people of their sin. Like, the focus on indulgences is the fact that it seemed highly transactional, right? Where if you went on crusade, you're putting your life at stake, right? Like, it involves you having to travel, it involves you having to get to the Middle East, right, to the Levant, requires you having to fight, right? Blah, 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 right? All of those things. Hence why. So this idea isn't new. It's just the way how it went about. And even then, it's like, was it really one-to-one? Sharp angles and whatnot. Or Samuel Beckett, if we're being real here. Is it because the Latin alphabet was made to be simple for chiseling in stone? Yeah. He was not modeling for the role of Jesus, he was modeling for the role of doctor. Exactly.
17 wrote a list of 95 theses, most of which were protesting indulgences and greed, and nailed them to a church door, which was basically like a bulletin board for the time. Instead of instantly prosecuting Luther for heresy, the then Medici Pope thought it best to debate him at Worms. From that, they excommunicated Martin.
So this is, someone mentioned Worms earlier. Right, so once you have a Medici Pope, that's when you get the Great Debate. I think the Phoenicians started with this. So the reason why a lot of ancient languages are written, are languages that come from where writing first originated, are written from right to left. And again, this is something that I'm sure maybe might not even hold true for the majority of cases, but from what I understand, from what I've read, and again, I'm not an ancient historian, right? That's not my area of expertise, but in terms of Hebrew and stuff, right, I have had to learn that, was that the reason why they're written from right to left is because that made it easier for people to chisel the letters, right? So that's why the languages go like that. Because otherwise, if you're right-handed and you're doing it like this, right, where you have the hammer and you can't see what you're writing, right? And with this way, you can. If you're right-handed, right?
Martin Luther, which allowed him to set up his own rival church and set up a series of events called the Reformation. The Christian sects and denominations that would follow all are called Protestants because they trace their origin to Martin Luther's protest. By 1530, a more radical Reformation had begun with several groups.
Well, like another thing too is Latin is based off Greek, which itself is based on a simplification of the Phoenician script. But at the same time, let me see here. Oh, that's wonderful, Kataya Gamer. It's nice to see you. Welcome, welcome in. I'm glad that you're interested in history. Welcome, welcome. What was I saying? Oh, a lot of the meaning that is in those alphabets are gone, right? Like, Aleph means ox, right? Or meant ox, right? Back in the day in the Phoenician alphabet, right? Bet means house, right? So they initially started as symbols, right? Like in fact, you can go back in the past and you can see it's like a little circle with little horns, and that's Aleph, right? That's why Aleph has the little, looks like a little X, right? Because it has, if you think of it, the head of the ox, and then it's two horns, right? I wish I had a board around here so that way I could show, but I don't have a whiteboard around here anymore. And then you have Gimel or Gamel, right? Or Jamal, right? But what that means is camel. And if you look at the way how it looks in Hebrew, it looks like it has a head, right? The long head of the camel, and then a hump. And that's how you make the letter Gimel, right? Or Gamel. That's why this is why I've spoken about this before. This is why, like, when I first recognized that about that relationship between Phoenician and Semitic languages and Greek, and later, Latin and English, I've always found it hilarious when there was like a sci-fi show or whatever, and they started talking about gamma rays, because then what they're saying are camel rays, right? I know it's not the most funny thing ever, but when I was a kid, it was funny. It's like the evolution of cuneiform. Yeah. This show, teacher, and chat always reminds me how little I truly know in the grand scheme of things, and I love that. Oh, well, I'm glad that people are here and they want to learn. That's very important.
Groups such as Anabaptists, Arianism, later to be called Unitarians, and Calvinists, who followed the appropriately named John Calvin, in their own separate groups. Protestants versus...
One thing I always find interesting about John Calvin is that he's one of the few names of people that's a bit more modern that people do translate into one's own language, right? Like, for example, the King of England right now is Charles III, right? But in Spanish, we don't call him Charles, we call him Carlos III, right? Because Carlos is Charles, right? And before Queen Elizabeth II, Reina Isabella II, right? Because Isabella is Elizabeth, right? Anyway. But John Calvin, because especially like a lot of the Protestantism in the English-speaking world, off of that, then we have to contend with the fact that his name is actually Jean Calvin. He was from the French part of Switzerland, right? Like Vaud and all of that. So it's interesting because it's one of those few names, more recent names, that people still translate into English. Like, we don't really do that much anymore. Like, we don't say we wouldn't say I'm trying to think of a good example, but not like the current king of Spain, right? King Philip III. No, people call him Felipe, right? Or the fourth, actually. They call him Felipe, right? And that's something that it's weird when people in English do that, and when they don't. And I think it's interesting, like for Jean Calvin, right? I'm going to call him, you've got a doctorate where camels didn't exist in the area at the time. What do you mean? Jamal Abdel Nasser? Yeah. No, Gimel was a kind of no. What weapon is Zain? It literally looks like if you look at it, it literally has a blade. It looks to me, it looks like a little axe, right? The word Zion, sign, right? Not Zion, sign, right? The letter and the word, right, means weapon. It's also a euphemism in Hebrew for a man's, well, technically not just a man's, but a certain appendage below the belt, right? They call it their weapon, which says a lot about the Israelis, I think.
As Catholics and various denominations within Protestantism would end up fighting each other on a regular basis, dividing the soon-to-be empires of the New World into separate factions based on religion. The earliest of these was the German Peasants' War in 1524, but there would be regular recurrences such as the Munster Rebellion in 1535, the 3 decades of French wars starting in 1562, and even the Dutch 80 Years' War starting in 1566, and finally culminating in the 30 Years' War of 1618 through 1648.
Oh, wait, let me see here. Let's see. Kataya Gamer. Yeah, my language, so Kataya is saying, or is it Kataja? I usually see the J's as Y's, essentially. Because that's technically what a J was, but anyway. My language is really confusing as it has no connection to near all of the other European languages. As Finnish, we usually keep the people's real names and never translate them, like Charles is still Charles. See, that's interesting, right? Because, yeah, like, it's also become more common, but also if you don't necessarily have an equivalent, right? Like what do you translate it to, right? Like, so that's always been a thing. But usually, like, think of all of the saints, right? Think of all of the saints of the Catholic Church. They have names in every language, right? Saint Teresa, Saint Therese, right? Like, they, So, yeah. But I think that's interesting that in Finnish, it's funny, I was just talking to a person from Estonia, because there's this archive that I've been wanting to maybe visit, because the rest of the archive for the Jewish community there in the Baltic region, that's not Lithuania, but that's like former Soviet Union and stuff, but also going back into history quite a bit, is in Tallinn, and also part of it is in Narva. The rest of it is in Moscow, or actually St. Petersburg, because it's right there. But I can't go to Russia, so, I would like to learn Estonian, at least enough to, make, to, at least have a discussion, right? At least be able to understand. So then that way I could go look at the archive and see what there is, so. Gimel was also a kind of weapon that Egyptians saw Canaanite and the... okay. Interesting. That being a weapon and all of the messaging is very patriarchal. Give me a... Yeah. No, yeah, it is. Right? Because why use the term thine, which means weapon, to mean that? Right? Then how does that relate to... And, this goes into this book called Bottoms Up that, I've talked about, that essentially does sociocultural analysis of race and gender, but particularly looking at it from the concept of the bottom, right? Because almost all of the scholarship and almost all of, well, not all of the scholarship, but almost all of the discourse is still looking at people in a heteronormative fashion, one which foregrounds, right, the top/penetrating partner, right, as opposed to, right, the bottom, right, which is why I find it fascinating, because it's contending with that, with sexuality, gender, and race, right, in the United States. In fact, almost all the Proto-Sinaitic symbols are based on Egyptian hieroglyphics being used by people. Well, no. Egyptian and the Egyptian languages and the Semitic, they're related languages. They're not as closely related say they are to Arabic or to Amhara, but they are on a continuum. They are part of the Afroasiatic language family. So, um, and you're not wrong in that. Yes, we have Proto-Sinaitic script, right, which does exist. But I'm saying once we have the Phoenicians, they refer to it as camel. Like that's how they describe it. Because I know if you go back further in the past, a lot of concepts used to like the further back you go into the past, a lot of concepts tend to be like I said with the color red, right? It used to cover what we now know as the color orange, but also gold. That's the reason why before people used to talk about gold as red gold, right? But gold isn't red; it's yellow, right? And so it kind of speaks to this. But I'm not saying you're incorrect. Right, the opposite. I find it fascinating that that it could also mean a weapon. But from what I understand, by the time you have the Phoenicians, it refers to camel. So I don't know if there was a differentiation that happened at some point between people in the Sinai Peninsula, Proto-Sinaitic, to Phoenician, right? So perhaps. Still, camels didn't exist in the area back then. The original symbol for Zion was Sikh, and that was a kind of leg shackle. That's interesting. Let me see. Actually, I think the fact that you, um, I don't know if you have any particular, um, I'm totally willing to say that it's completely what I am saying is completely wrong. So please, here we go. I see what you're saying now. I see what you're saying now. Sorry, let me put the screen back on. So I just looked it up on Wikipedia because usually when it comes to linguistics, Wikipedia is actually quite um, good. Um, but Bertrand Russell is saying that it's a camel. The letter may be the shape of a walking animal's head, neck, and forelegs, because this is what it looks like, right? Like the way in which it was described to me in the stuff that I read was that this is the head of the camel and this is a hump of the camel, right? Uh, but Barry B. Powell, well, he's a specialist in Homer. I wonder. And Solomon Gant suggests that it is derived from weapon and battle axe. So yeah, that makes sense. I think that's it. That's so interesting because you can also see in Syriac that it looks very different, where it's pronounced Ushaya, meaning goat. But then you have Jamal, right, which becomes which is camel. Um, that's very interesting. Yeah, Jim. Because it represents the g sound, but it also can be the j sound if you add a little thing to it. Try to see here if it has a particular answer. In its Proto-Canaanite form, the letter may have been named after a weapon that was either a staff sling or a throwing stick. See, I could believe the throwing stick if it looks like this, ultimately deriving from Proto-Sinaitic. Yeah, because this is what I was referring to, the Seribat al-Khadim that you have there. Um, but yeah, no, that's interesting that it's still in contention. That is fascinating. Um, I have to read some of the stuff because honestly, I was under the impression, not by way of Bertrand Russell, but I have to see Barry Powell writing technology. So he mostly does Homer. But I see that he published this book. Okay, I would want to read this book then, Writing Theory and History of the Technology of Civilization. That sounds fascinating. Because, yeah, I'm more than willing to say, like, yeah, I could see it. I could, especially seeing the picture. Um, because, yeah, this is what the Phoenician alphabet looked like. And so when I was taught this, it was if you flip it over, right, you have this being the face, these being the ears, these are the horns. This is a house, but a house back then meant a tent. So that's why you have that. Gimel, but now looking at it like that, using just the Phoenician, it definitely looks like that, which you were saying. And then Dalit is door, right? Because this is the entrance to a house, right? No, that's fascinating. Trying to see. Yeah, so it says throwing stick or camel. But this source is kind of old, I gotta admit. 1904, yeah, he died in 1930. Yeah, I don't know. So, yeah, I'm more than willing to say that the jury is out on that one. And to also say, yeah, you're probably right. I mean, if it can be throwing stick, then I think it definitely falls into that too, for sure. Because the point I was trying to make was, wait, where is it? This one, design, right? It means weapon. Some people say that it like here, in Hebrew, right? Zayin means weapon. Letzayen means to arm. The verb lehizdayen means to arm oneself. But so I guess in Hebrew it's more specifically um, a weapon, right? Which goes back to the point that was made earlier. And sorry for this little sidetrack. I'm just interested in making sure that everything is. Hello, Igloo. It's so good to see you. How are you doing? Let me shout you out. We've been needing to have our conversations about Portugal, and make sure to follow Igloo. Wonderful person. Hello, Link with Retro. It's good to see you. Yes, long time to see. Yeah. Now I'm going to start streaming regularly because now I'm not working right now, so that helps. So thank you so much, Akshat Jane. That's very good. Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah. So that's the contention. I have heard that before. It can either mean manacle, like handcuffs, but as it developed, it lost that manacle thing. Like it could have meant that back in earlier in its linguistic history of that letter, but now and for a while now, it's meant weapon and used to signify or to speak about that. Yeah. Well, see, I find it necessary to learn a language if I'm going to go visit a country because I want to actually meet with people. I want to actually speak with them. I want to meet other right scholars. I want to be able, and I don't want them to feel like they have to curate everything for me, right? I want to be able to converse with them, and to read right what they've been writing, and to really, really engage with them as much as possible. That's why, like, anytime I've traveled somewhere, I've always learned the language, to whatever extent I could, right? So here in Chile, we have trouble distinguishing yellow from orange. Makes it Bertrand Russell. Yeah, Proto-Sinaitic glyph copies. Yeah, refers to a throwing stick weapon, right? Yeah. And boomerang. Yeah, I mostly know his mathematical. Yeah, it is boomerang I'm looking. Yeah, for sure. Now you're speaking my language. Yeah. But yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much for bringing that up, Akshat. That's important to recognize. Yeah, that it also has other meanings. Probably mates with. That's beautiful, Shakespeare. I wouldn't have the ability. I think to me, people often, you know, don't realize that they actually have a lot of ability to take on a new language. It just depends how you go about it. You want to do it this academic way, right? Yeah, you can do that if you want to do verb tables and conjugations. But if you want something more conversant, right, that's something that very much like once you know sort of basic vocabulary, once you're on the ground, you start to make those connections, unlike you could in a classroom. So
Protestants believe in what are called the five solae, which are sola scriptura, or by scripture alone, sola fide, by faith alone, sola gratia, by grace alone, solo Christo, through Christ alone, and soli Deo gloria, the glory of God alone. This decentralization of theology allows for the endless schisms.
the best way to learn languages before you get fully immersed in the place, this is something I've always told people, students of mine as well, find something that you know very well, that you like, a movie, a show, whatever it is, and watch it in that other language with subtitles. Like, it seems silly, but it does help, right? Because there are lots of people that watch anime, for example, right? And they know Japanese words and phrases because they're used to hearing it and having it associated with, and so then they no longer say what, they say nani, right? Like, and that's how that works, right? It's, you have to engage with the culture, right? And whatever resources you have in the here and now, that's what you have to use, right? So it's starting to do self-immersion, so to speak, right? Like, I think of it almost as, instead of, you're preparing to eventually go into this, right, very large, expansive river of language, right, when you go into another country. But when you're doing this cultural sort of learning, you're essentially, right, like going from a pond to a lake to eventually be able to dip your toe into that river, right? Wouldn't that mean you have to learn formal academic language? Yes and no. A lot of formal academic language is it's standard, right? Like, so it wouldn't be, that isn't the issue. The issue is the idiom, right? Because if I'm going to be looking at an archive, that means I'm going to be looking at people's letters, at people's diaries, at people, blah, blah, blah. That is not written, right, in academic, the academic standard of whatever language I'm talking about. So that's one of the things, right? Yeah. But that does make sense, though.
That defines Protestantism and eventually Enlightenment secularism. This was in stark contrast to Catholic beliefs in a more hierarchical structure, with lowly monks at the bottom of this clergy, all the way through cardinals and eventually the Pope. Within Protestantism, everything could be fractured down to the individual, allowing for much anarchic religious beliefs. But that was not exactly the case with the denomination that would dominate England, known as Anglicanism. King Henry VIII only had a daughter with his Queen Catherine of Aragon, and so he broke with...
Yeah, so wait, does that mean I can't learn a language just by looking it up on Wikipedia? Like, you can learn aspects of a language, for sure. Like, there are, like, some, and also people learn differently. Like, some people, the grammar tables and, conjugation stuff, like, that's how they learn, right? And I try to give another example, because that method is the one that's usually, like, especially if you watch YouTube videos, it's always like, I got a dictionary, I got a grammar, I got a this, I got a that, and and it's like, well, yes, you can do it that way, but not everybody learns like that. And even for someone like that, I would say that having some other way of immersing yourself in the language would also be a beneficial thing. Same is true as math. People have more ability than they think. That's true. Like, I would have never have guessed, right, that over time, right, like, there would be things like calculus that when I had the interest to learn it, right, that you can actually, because if you want it, you will apply yourself to it, right? I mean, this is something that capitalist exploitation stops us from doing, right? Because we're forced to work, right, and sell our labor. is that you know, we are not able to pursue those things necessarily, right? There are many chances for, oh, I could have done this, I could have done that, but because you have to work 40 hours a week, right? It means that you might have to put things off and stuff that you had all of the energy to put in and to actually learn something, and it's difficult. So that's why I like a more self-immersive sort of at your own pace, but also stuff you like language learning. Because I feel like that's much more accessible than buying the dictionary, buying the grammar, buying the. Jax, are you familiar with Seth L. Sanders? His research covers how the Sinai people invented the alphabet. I think I have heard of Seth Sanders. If you have an article with him of his, I would definitely please put it in the library in the Discord. I don't know if one of the mods can post the Discord link in case you weren't in there yet. So, because I have read that. I have read that when it comes to the history of the Afroasiatic languages, when it comes to the Semitic languages in particular, they try to look at two sources. One is Mesopotamian, because there were like people that I guess we can consider Jews, although what that really meant back then, that they wrote using cuneiform. And then we have these things of peoples that went back and forth between the Nile Delta and up the Levant, right? There were Canaanites, etc., or Proto-Canaanites, right? That they also sort of took from Egyptians as well. So, oh, you're Rurik. Oh, okay, awesome. I want more free adult education opportunities at the rigor of paid courses. Dreams. No, like, see, that's one thing. Like, I know that I'm not gonna say, oh, this stream is trying to be. No, it's not. But I definitely feel like engaging with something like this, that is a history lecture, and going more in depth about this and that, people often make a lot of connections that they wouldn't otherwise if it was a very, like, watered down type of thing. That's why I don't mind when people ask questions, right? I don't mind also showing my thinking, right? Like the whole thing about the person did it. I looked it up, right? Because I could be wrong, right? From my own understanding, right? That's what one should do. And so, although it's not like, welcome class, this is, history 587, right? You know, has everybody read the syllabus? Instead, I'm trying to, this is how I like to interact with this stuff, right? So that's what you're seeing. And I know it's not like a course by MIT or whatever, like the one they have online. But I just try to engage with stuff, in as academic a way as possible. Not sure if you need an invite or anything, but can you just click that? I think so. Yep, capitalist exploitation school systems, especially if the teacher doesn't care. About what they're teaching can condition people to reactively negative to the notion of learning. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much, reference room. Yeah, the MIT Open Courseware. I was trying to remember because I said MIT, right? Because I do remember because in fact, if you look at the posts in the community tab, I linked one there that was talking about Chernobyl, right? Like how Chernobyl came to fail and what happened. And you can look at their stuff there. It's great. Like I love that stuff, and it's all free. It's all free. The only issue I will say though is that audio-wise, you can very rarely hear the questions from the audience.
Catholicism in 1529 in order to get a divorce from her. He would go through many wives, which would cause problems for the Tudors' succession. Anglicanism remained somewhat similar to Catholicism, as essentially just a break-off, but Calvinists would seek to purify the church with their own ideas, hence why they were called Puritans. Henry VIII...
This is very important. That's why they're called Puritans, right? Because they wanted to get rid of all of the Catholic elements from the national church, right? The Anglican church. Because you had recusants, right? People that stayed Catholic, right? That's the term they were called. up until they got rid of that terminology or needed to use it. But also, when it came down to it, when it came down with James the First, the Puritans came to him, and they sat on this little bench. I've seen depictions of it, right? These important. Uh, sometimes this distinction is called high church, low church, right? Where a high church has statues and gold and art, and low church is as simple as possible, right? It just has pews, right, or chairs, and like a lectern, and that's it, right? And there are some very beautiful. I mean, people. I get cathedrals are beautiful. That's not a question. But there are some of those churches, the way how they look upon the heath, right, surrounded by the shrubbery that's slowly, right, waving in the breeze, and you see the church, right, and you go inside, and it's very simple, made of stone, and it's hewn wood and everything, and just knowing that people sat here with their Bibles, right? I don't know. There's just something about it. It's very beautiful as well, right? Like it's not necessarily ornamentation that makes the beauty. Yeah, they have some good physics stuff. Yeah, because I studied cosmology a long time ago, but when I needed a refresher, I went to MIT.
Son didn't live long enough to be
MIT courseware, not went to MIT. Actually.
Substantial king, then followed.
Oh yeah, sorry. The Puritans came with different demands, right, to the king. The king only granted them one. Only one. And it has affected Christianity in the English-speaking world in particular ever since. The King James authorized version of the Bible. That was the only concession that the king made to the Puritans. They said, we want... Here. You and Lex Friedman went to MIT. Oh my gosh, no, definitely not. Hey, sorry, I had notes and work, missed this. Oh. But, yeah, I did not go to MIT. I just saw classes on their YouTube. But, that was the only concession that they got. They asked for 4 things, I believe. One of them had to do with, changing the governance structure of the church. Because you'll often see, one thing you'll often hear, right, there's the Presbyterian church. Right? What does that mean? That means instead of having bishops, right, and that kind of clerical rule, you had presbyters, right? And that their government usually functioned more along the lines of, I won't say completely democratic, but they would vote for things, right? That's the split between the Presbyterians in Scotland and the Anglicans in England, is that England wanted the hierarchy of the Catholic Church just for England. The Scottish, they were willing for their kirk, as they call it, wanted it instead to be done through presbyters, right? Some of which are elected in, some of which, et cetera, et cetera. And then you have, other churches, right, that exist. But the main thing is church governance was a huge thing that the Puritans were worried about, right? The mixture between church and state. But only when it came to Catholic elements, right? Because they didn't like that Westminster Cathedral or whatever, right? That they were as ostentatious as Catholic churches. That they still used, in their view, graven images, right? Blah blah blah, all these things. So the one concession they got was the King James Bible. And in doing so, they had about, 40 translators? I think it might have been more, but about 40 translators. It might have been actually more like 70. Most Bible translations are done by committee, by the way. They're never done by a single person. It's always by committee. Why? Because not everyone's going to be good at Hebrew. Not everyone's going to be good at Aramaic. Not everyone's going to be good at Greek. Not everyone's going to be good at whatever, right? Let alone the context that they have to read around it. So to this day, Bibles are done in committee. And so this committee, right, translated it, and some people say, oh, it inserted things, right, that the king wanted to have inserted. But regardless, right, like, if you look at older versions of the, I think it was called the Bishop's Bible, which is the one that was the official Bible of the church during Queen Elizabeth I's time. It said, there's a very famous quote here. Cast your bread upon wet faces. Right? But in the King James Bible, it's the more famous verse. Cast thy bread upon the waters. Because the Greek there that it's referring to refers to a surface, a wet surface. Right? Or a lake or something, right? It's the wording there is about the surface, right? That the bread will land on the surface of the water. The other thing is like using words, keeping words, right? Like instead of using and then, whatever, using baptizo, right? And to make baptism become almost like its own concept, right? Because baptizo in Greek literally just means to dunk into water, right? Like you can quote unquote baptize, chocolate chip cookies in milk, technically speaking, right? Because that's what it means. It just means to dunk, right? Someone in water or in liquid, right? But by using the concept of baptizo and keeping those things instead of trying to create an English equivalent, that's how certain words became standardized in a lot of different languages through these translations. KJV is also significant because it got rid of the pesky commentary. So they say, so they say. The King James Bible, the Strident Protestant Bible to this day, right? Yeah, I actually have this right here. It's it actually, if I can show it, let me. Also, I apologize, Twitch chat. I see the messages. It's just, I don't have two screens, unfortunately. So it has, I have this. It's a very old version, right? The Holy Bible containing, right? And it says, translated out of the original tongues, and with the former translations diligently compared and revised by His Majesty's special command. And then it says, appointed to be read in churches. The text only printed by authority. Right? And then you go to the next page. This side of the page, actually. So the recto page. To the most high and mighty Prince James, by the grace of God, King of Great Britain, France, and Ireland, defender of the faith, etc. The translators of the Bible wish grace, mercy, and peace through Jesus Christ our Lord. Right? So this is an actual King James version of the Bible, but one of the ones that was to be used in churches. It was given to me as a gift. I don't remember if it does say how old it is. Yeah, I think it's from 1875. So it's one of my prized possessions. It also has very beautiful. See if I can find some. It also has very beautiful maps. I love books, right? That's something I think people know about. I love books, right? That's why, like, this book right here, right? Anything but Mexican, it's a book I need for my research, but also it's like one of those things that means a lot to me. Like when I have received books from chat through Throne, it brightens my day so much because it's like, you know, uh, trust me, like there are some books that like in my last project, if I wouldn't have gotten them, thanks to all of you, I don't know, like if I would have even have used them in my research. I just didn't really have access to them. So online courses are fine, but I would be thrilled never have students on a Chromebook again. Myself and their parents. Oh yeah, yeah, I know. Reference Bible. Oh, thank you, Pet Lefty. Yeah, but yeah, if you'd like to help me out in some way, you can either go to my Ko-fi to donate to me directly. I also have Venmo and Cash App. You can also tip me on my Twitch page. Um, but also, if you would like to help my research, you can always help contribute to getting books like this one, which is already 13% funded. So
Mary I, known as Bloody Mary because she tried to bring England back to Catholicism, often through a great deal of persecution. Her half-sister, Elizabeth, is known as one of the greatest queens and was the last Tudor, arising to the throne in 1558. She would solidify England as Protestant. There were other monarchical...
this is really neat. I have some Baptist Sunday school guides from 1920 to 1934. Interesting to see how that to Protestant messaging from the 70s and onwards. Yeah, yeah. Like, one thing I love about, you know, um, 'cause this was before the Zionist movement ever started. I mean, Zionists, So what I love is right here. Let me go back to the other screen. And again, sorry to chat. I will switch over. It's hard to see. It's hard to see. There we go. I can see y'all now. Me driving an ambulance out of Stanford Medical Center every day. Yeah, I work at the most prestigious hospitals in the world. True, true. But again, like I said, that's not me. That's not me. I am. I just took a refresher. Really, that's what it was for. I studied it a long time ago in university, but obviously I didn't become. What I like about it is that it has this map that was the standard map of the region. And what does it call it? Palestine. It calls it Palestine. Because that's what it is, right? But yeah, I do also have Luther's Catechism, some Orthodox stuff too, because I really like studying religion. Like, I mean, as a cultural historian, that is a vector through which, right, you can research, right? And for me, religion has always been one of those that's like very fascinating. Um, because there's so much, right? Because you can get more personal things too, right? That sort of show you what life was like and stuff like that, right? Yeah.
rivalries throughout Europe that would inform the imperial makeup of the New World. The Habsburgs were in control of the Holy Roman Empire, Austria, and Spain, which would eventually make them the most powerful dynasty in the entire world.
And, it's interesting to think about this, right? There were the Spanish Habsburgs, and then there were the Austrian Habsburgs, right? And they owned these, like, collection of states that essentially surrounded France. What I find fascinating is that then, right, like, once the War of Spanish Succession happened, right, what family should become the royal family of Spain? I mean, they already kind of were, but they already had related. But the Bourbon, right, of France, right, they are a cousin branch of the Bourbon in France, and to this day they're still the Bourbon. Right. Yep, it was called Palestine. Yeah, I mean even Herodotus, right, the father of history, called it Palestine. So.
Our European holdings surrounded France, who remained mostly Catholic, but sometimes allowed the existence of Huguenots, as in a Calvinist form of Protestant.
I think, to me, one of the gravest mistakes that was ever done was to the expulsion of the Huguenots. This book, actually, right here, the one that I've been reading as of late, it talks about, right, the causes of the Industrial Revolution in England. this happens quite a lot. Like any time that you have mass expulsions of people, something that I've been noticing is that very brilliant people that would otherwise be successful, right? Were in their home, right? Are instead, oh my goodness gracious, what was that? Oh, thank you so much for the contribution. Thank you very much. 90% funded. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. It is so very kind of you. And so what you see is that, well, just that, there's like, well, the way how this book talks about it is, by having the Huguenots leave France, where did they go? They went to England. Hence why Nigel Farage is Farage, right? Farage, right? Because his family was Huguenot. But what that meant is that all of these educated, right, people that, and industrious people, right, that otherwise would have contributed to bringing about the Industrial Revolution in France far sooner, instead went to England and allowed for England to become the primary spot of the Industrial Revolution. Right.
So they had those religious differences with the most Catholic Habsburgs. And eventually England would consolidate its power over Scotland with the dual monarchy of James I following Elizabeth I, though they would not officially unite the crowns until 1707. The Spanish, French, and British empires would ultimately define what would make up the United States, though there would be Dutch, Russian, and Swedish influences as well. But the first to make a mark were Spain.
Yeah, Dutch, which is of course the area around New York, right? In fact, that's how the first, in what is now the United States, Jewish community began. And who were they running away from? The Inquisition. Because then the Portuguese started their Inquisition, because they had one too. So then they expanded it in their empire. They even had the Inquisition. I mean, this just shows you how global it was. They even had the Inquisition in India, right? In the Portuguese colonies. So it didn't matter where you were. If the flag of Spain or Portugal flew over your land, you could be subject to the Inquisition. But that also tells us a lot about the people why they felt the need to start the Inquisition. Because what is it there to prosecute primarily? People of Jewish heritage. So that's how we know, because we have people that are accused of, they will often say heresies, but also Judaizing was one of them. So, le massacre de Saint-Barthélemy, exactement. But some of them were great people, not like that little, Nigel, no, he's just a... Cardinal Richelieu saved France from the Habsburgs, so to speak. I mean, well, remember that Marie Antoinette was a Habsburg, right? She was from the royal family of Austria. So they wanted to unite the two dynasties, right? Because then they became the two primary Catholic powers in Europe, right? Because Spain's influence was waning, right? Because before it was the primary Catholic power. Had access to the Mediterranean, its huge empire in the Americas, blah, blah, blah. But later on, it becomes France and Austria being the two Catholic bulwarks, right? Against Austria against all of the other German states, and France against the Low Countries and England, right? Against, right, that. So it's a bit more complex. But I mean, you do end up getting, other royal houses marrying in. But like that's the thing to consider, right? They wanted to consolidate Catholic dynasties across the continent.
Spaniards, although led by Italians. Because of the Ottoman threat to the Silk Road, Portugal, being the furthest west in Europe, started seeking a route around Africa. Even before Constantinople fell, Prince Henry the Navigator had sponsored such a search.
By the way, Prince Henry the Navigator never went on any of the voyages. Like, he's called that because he's the person that was like, maybe we should get some dudes in boats and send them around the world. You know what I mean? Like, that's why they call him the navigator. Like, he was interested in cartography and in those things, right? I can't take away that that is a fact. But he never navigated on a boat, right? He never went anywhere. So.
Monarchs also wanted to take advantage of such a route, but due to wars between Aragon, Castile, and Portugal, especially the War of Castilian Succession, a treaty in 1479 granted Portugal hegemony over the southern route. Everything south of the Canaries now belonged to Portugal. In 1480,
and again, remember, this doesn't pertain to either country, right? Like, they're saying, oh, if you go below this invisible line on the globe, that is now open to your colonization. They didn't care what the indigenous people thought in Guinea, in what is now Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, Togo, Benin, Nigeria, etc. They didn't care about that. They drew an imaginary line and said, below this line, Portugal can colonize as much as it wants. But everything north of this line, Spain has. Right? So that's the reason why Portugal never went west like Spain did. Because their concession was, you can essentially colonize Africa. Right? Have African ports. Have, they have fortresses and stuff, and then begin the transatlantic slave trade as time goes on. And then you eventually have them going to India and establishing Goa, etc. And you. Henry the Cardophile, yeah. Prince Musk the Gamer, yeah, I like. He was a navigator like Musk as a gamer, yeah, for sure. Stolen Valor, he was an event planner. Yes, exactly. He was an event planner, okay? He was really he was a really good marketer, right? He was the best marketing manager of the Renaissance.
A Portuguese ship under Bartolomeu Dias rounded Africa's Cape of Good Hope and into the Indian Ocean. By 1498, Vasco da Gama would sail all the way to India, establishing a southern route that bypassed the Silk Road. Spain seemed to...
And again, all of this was because they did not want to trade, right, and to benefit the Ottoman Empire. Because remember, what does Spain do? Like, we just crossed a few decades. What does Spain do also in 1492? Like, March 31st. March 31st was the day in 1492 that in the Alhambra Palace, right, the palace that before the Emir of Granada lived in, right, before they lost, the war they kind of were always going to lose because they were a tributary state anyway. That's where they signed the Edict of Expulsion, the Alhambra Decree. So you can see why, it's interesting to go through the history of colonization and see how much it intersects with, one, because I already do Latin American history, right? And again, we are 10% away from getting the book fully funded. So, it pertains to that, right? The legacies of colonization and then white supremacy in the United States, etc., right? But it was all because they didn't want to go through the Ottoman Empire, right? And again, there were times when the Ottoman Empire, right, had, fractures in it, right? But they did not want to trade with them. And that is the reason why they were willing to go all the way around Africa, just so that they wouldn't have to benefit the Ottomans. And so when they expelled the Jews from Iberia, because 1492 was Spain, 1497 was Portugal, the Ottoman Sultan was astonished. And I can't remember exactly how, I'm going to just paraphrase it, but he essentially said, like, how could Spain ever think that this was a good idea? You're literally giving me, all of this, potential, right? You're literally just handing it over. Like, your whole thing is, you don't want to help me, right? Like, that's Spain's whole thing, right? We don't want to help you because you're not Catholic, right? We don't want to trade with you. But instead, what they do is they give all of these people that now have all of these, connections and blah blah to other Jewish communities. Instead of it benefiting Spain, now it all benefits the Ottoman Empire. And the Sultan was completely astonished. Like, do they realize what they're doing? But it goes back to like that supposed Sun Tzu quote. Um, you know, uh, don't interrupt when your enemy is doing something, or is Henry the Fabulous. Yeah, they called in the indigenous people all kinds of ugly names. No, that's true. I mean, attacked the Moors, expelled the Jews. Yeah, yeah. They eventually expelled also those of Muslim descent too, the Mudehars. In fact, there's a streamer, I don't really care about who he is, but when I first heard that his name was Mudahar, I thought it was a racist reference. Again, I didn't know this was his name. I just heard, oh, this streamer Mudahar, right? And I'm just like, well, that means someone of Islamic descent. Again, in my own world, right? In the stuff I research, Morisco and Mudahar are important terms. So when I heard it, I'm thinking, why would he name himself that, right? Like, oh, is he someone that is, of that descent or whatever? You know, but it was just because of the fact that they're homonyms, right? Um, or homophones, I guess. So anyway, yes, the brain drain. Like, I would love to go back to working at a university in the United States and do my research there, because it's not easy here. I mean, again, I already said I teach year to year, and budget cuts, everything. A whole bunch of us got laid off, right? Like, streaming in a way is kind of has to become a way of making a living for me. I'll be honest with you, because unless I get a job soon, right, the bills keep arriving. You know, but I still want to do research. I still want to do all of those things, right? So that's what's important here. But what's important to also understand is that, yeah, you're having a huge brain drain of people, and that's precisely what the Ottoman Sultan was completely astonished by. You're literally handing me people that know all of these impressive skills, people that are literate, that are well educated, blah blah blah, and you're just handing them away because of your prejudice. That way they don't have to deal with the Ottomans and trade with them, and essentially brought an end to what the Silk Road was at some point, right? Because once you can bypass the Silk Road, right? That's when you start to see like Central Asia sort of start this decline to where it is now, where because there are, I know there's the Belt and Road Initiative, right? But I mean, on the scale of the Silk Road, right? The importance of Bukhara, of Samarkand, right, etc. That's gone, right? Like, that's completely, because there's no longer caravans moving between, there and the Levant, right? So yeah, yeah. Well, see, that's the one thing. There used to be a hill in Spain that was actually not Moros; it was Judíos, but also had that. But Saint James, right? Also known as Santiago, as Iago also can mean James. Santiago Matamoros, right? The more roadblocks, right? That is something that is still, they still have. I mean, there's a city here in Mexico that's called that. It's named after someone that had that surname, but from what I understand, but I could definitely be wrong about that. Um, but like, if you go to Santiago de Compostela in Spain, they go to, and that was the most important pilgrimage site in the Middle Ages. Everything was about the fact that he was a Matamoros. That was his whole thing, right? That's why he was always invoked during the Reconquista. Right? So, Um, is it true that the idea of blood quantum in American Indians goes back to anti-Jewish? Yes and no. It's a bit more complex. Yes, it is, because the idea of blood purity started with the Spanish. Yes. Once you have the idea of geneticized whiteness, which um, once you have geneticized whiteness, kind of like this idea that race is something you can inherit and blah blah, all of those things, that it's a genetic thing. They actually use blood quantum to continue to marginalize and police the indigenous people. Think about that. It was not the indigenous people in the United States themselves that wanted to use blood quantum. Blood quantum was used by the colonizers, by the settler colonists, in order to police who gets to be considered indigenous or not. So in that sense, yes, there are some threads that have some interwoven aspect to them. But we also have to look at how it came at a different era, right? Because blood quantum is something like, oh well, if we can determine whether you're indigenous enough by way of your DNA, right? That's how we're going to determine who we owe the very minor benefits that the Bureau of Indian Affairs and such even gives out. So more and more cuts keep hitting us, and people keep telling me, go somewhere you're appreciated, and people just don't understand the crisis of it. Yeah, look, I've applied to so many universities, and there was one a while ago, right, that they had an open genocide studies position, really good school. They decided, instead of hiring for that, because they had open spots, they closed down the academic unit. So they no longer have genocide studies at that university. They initially were looking for professors, and I was going to apply. It didn't even matter if I would have applied, because they just got rid of the academic department of genocide studies. What do I do then? Right? Because the unit that they're willing to get rid of first have always been the humanities. Always. And you can even have deeply cannibalized departments that are history departments, but that are run by adjuncts and an instructor or two, not tenure track professors. That's ridiculous. Because adjuncts, like myself, adjunct professors, we have a contract that gets renewed whether the department or the university has enough to pay for us to work. If they don't, we get a non-renewal notice. That's what it's called in English, more or less. I already got that. All in April, they were just handing them out to different people. Lots of people that have been there longer than I have at this university were also getting let go. And instead, in the United States especially, what does that mean? That means increased class sizes, which means it's harder to teach students. It's harder to meet the needs of our students. Like, a lecture hall, is great and all. It's very useful in many cases, but if you have to have over 100 plus students and you're one instructor, that's essentially the conditions of stuff that I would have to do. Be in huge classrooms with lots of students. And I couldn't really get to know the students. In fact, there was one semester I barely was able to remember any of the names of my students. Why? Because there were so many that I literally couldn't keep, and I had several classes as well. I just couldn't remember their names. Because again, when you're teaching a history lecture, and you have all these people that are sitting in this, huge stadium-style seating, right, facing you, right, you never really get to establish contact with them. You never really get to know who they are, what interests them, why they're a history major. Same thing here, right? Larger class sizes, adjuncts having to initially they essentially made adjuncts work a whole bunch. teaching meant that's why I had to take the internet break that I did, because I was burning out from my research that I still have to do, especially if I wanted to get a tenure track position, and also still deal with the teaching. Right. So, yeah, it's not where we don't really have the choice to go where we're appreciated, because again, I've looked in Europe, I've looked here in Mexico, I've looked in the United States. There's so many people applying for the very few jobs that are out there, academic jobs. The academic job market already was horrific before this. Now it's just worse because we can't even get grants. And there were grants that Mexico has that also are essentially phased out, really, are in limbo, because they were in concert with, right, the National Endowment of the Humanities in the United States. Because America made so many of our history initiatives and everything have to be tied to the federal government in the United States. Now that they cut all of that funding, Mexico cannot pay out, right, the salaries of, postdocs and all of these things. It's just not going to happen. It's not going to happen. And so now there's all this research. Are we still talking? I'm a big fan of Flint Dibble and Milo Rossi in regard to... Yes, we will be talking about Flint Dibble in a little bit. Just talking about some stuff. Educators will continue to exist despite closure and defunding of schools. That is a positive. I hope people will hang on to this is more than a job. Just exactly. That's the reason why, if I'm going to stream, what do I stream about? I talk about history, I talk about archaeology, I talk about academic stuff. We need more universities. Yeah, exactly. Some American colleagues told me that they have put a freeze on accepting doctoral students. Yes, they also did a hiring freeze in many universities. Some of the ones that I was thinking about applying to, they're like, actually no, we're doing a hiring freeze. We're not hiring any more faculty. That's happening more and more and more, especially obviously on the public side most, which I prefer public personally. I know it pays less, but to me the value of public university is immeasurable, right? It's immeasurable, because that's where so much of the research so much of the research and great advances in science and history and literature, etc. That's where it's at. It's at the public universities, and yet those are the universities that are having every aspect of them undercut. Also with public schools, because someone even told me, and this actually would have been in Texas. They told me apply to teach K through 12. I've never taught K through 12, right? I've only taught university. You know what I mean? It's I'm not going to go to another thing just because they might accept me, because that's not what I do, right? I still want to be able to do research. I still want to be able to do these other things. But the options are so slim, far slimmer than they were before, that it's actually, it's getting to that point where, with all the current hate against Cuba, I was curious to look up class size. It turns out that the average, high school, yes. In Mexico, if you go to one of the really good private universities, the lecture hall course I'm talking about that had over 100 students in it, do you know how many they have in that school? 20. 20 students. Over 100. And I still had to finish it, knowing that they weren't going to renew my contract because they're doing hiring freezes, etc., etc., etc. Right? I had over 100 students, about 150. They had to deal with 20. That is a staggering, shocking difference. But what can I do? A very prospect dealing with child as opposed to young adults, right? And again, there's already people like, for example, Miss Frizzle, That's their area of expertise when it comes to teaching. I don't know the pedagogical methods for K through 12. I'm not going to insert myself in that to make it even more dire for people that actually were educated to do that, right? Um, but all these hiring freezes. I mean, I checked. I mean, I'll even say the university. I checked at George Washington. I checked at American. I checked at what was the other one? University of North Carolina, Asheville. Like, I looked. I was trying to see if I could land up. No. Hiring freezes, budget cuts, blah, 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 blah. Folding departments into with other academic units. What can you do? What can you do? Last year, they were talking about how we would be fine for another year. Then 2 months later, they said, JK, we have to cut transportation services now and positions next year. That's ridiculous. That's absolutely ridiculous. Again, I love teaching at this university. It's wonderful. I've even reached out to other universities here, public ones, saying, even adjuncting, right? Adjuncting is hard because we only get paid by the amount of credit hours. They pay us in one lump sum. We have to make it last. So what does that usually mean? We have to teach a lot of courses to make the same amount of money that we would if we were hired permanently. I know adjuncts, and I've done this before. I've brought this up on stream before, where I've had to work at adjuncting at multiple institutions. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my goodness, we hit 100% on the donor goal. Thank you so very much. Thank you. Truly, that means so very much. Like, that book is one of those ones that I just... Thank you. I could ever extend my thanks to each and every one. Thank you all. For those of you in chat, for those of you who, will see this as a VOD, like, thank you so much. Just being here means so much to me. Same, when I give introductory courses, I have around 120, 150 students. When I give real physics undergrad course, I have around 30 students. And when I'm teaching doctorate classes, I have 3 to 5. So, I won't say which university in California, but one of the ones that I did teach at, they had graduate seminars that had more than 20 people in it. And I thought that should not be happening. No one, the way in which graduate students have to do research and learn, that is not conducive to that. They didn't even have a seminar table, right? Like the way how graduate seminar, or at least try to make a seminar table. It was frustrating. It was frustrating because when it was my turn to teach a similar course, I also got like that with lots of graduate students. And I felt bad because I know that they all have their areas of expertise. And it's hard for me to meet them where they're at when again, they're all doing other graduate courses. Some of them are teaching, right? Some of them are, they're already super busy. Me trying to extend a handout and, a hand so that way I can help them is useful. But I can't be as in-depth as I would wish to be. That's something that, I regret. I tried so hard when I taught that class to make sure that every student of mine was able to get, be attended by me, right? When we were having our discussions, when they were writing their seminar papers, everything. Because I didn't want the fact that the university choosing to fill up the courses for graduate students, for PhD students, I didn't want them to feel like I would be willing to just see them as whatever, right? Like, I wanted to, I cared about what they had to write. Some of their articles are published now that started off in my class. That means so much to me. Unbelievable to me. Oh yeah, in Professor Shakespeare's class, I wrote this history article about blah, 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 blah. Now it's in this journal. That means so much. Like, unbelievable. Right? I don't even know. I could keep going, but what I would do to be able to know that I can teach, that I can be with students, and that I can help them in their academic career and stuff like that. That, if I have to do tons of adjuncting, I will, but it's so tiring. Especially if I have to do multiple institutions. It's so tiring. So tiring. Rural areas, Texas Hill Country, are very pretty, look like a nice place to live and teach. Yeah, that's the thing too, is the public salaries are much less than the private ones. With what I was making before, when I was adjuncting, before they gave the non-renewals, again, it was about 80 something of us, almost 90 of us, from the history department, the linguistics department, and I mean, this was done across the university. These are just the ones that I know of, because other people that are my colleagues and friends, we all got them at the same time. Right? It's like we were literally working, right, to make sure that our grading was done yesterday. The next day, it's like, by the way, like, thanks for finishing up your grading. We don't have enough money to have you back another year. Try the next school year. So not fall 2026, fall 2027. You see what I mean? So it's very, and again, the salaries are very low. And being in Mexico, it's even lower. Like whatever it is in America, it's much less than that. Right? Much less than that. Tell us you don't care about your kids or your country's future without telling us. It's unbelievable how backwards our priorities are. The kids are our future. Education is among the most important. Yes, I agree. And our people need to guarantee the success for us in the future. It should be illegal to have class sizes so big. It's a violation of the Equal Protection Clause. That's an interesting argument. I don't know how that would apply. I mean, I think it's compelling. I'm not saying that you're incorrect or anything. I'm just like, I need to read up on that, because, I mean, the thing is that at the end of the day, they have you. You kind of have to accept what they give you. That's the problem, right? This is why some universities have tried to unionize their faculty and staff. Because think about the states, and I forget how many states it is now in America that are at-will states. Sometimes they don't even give non-renewal notices. They just fire you. They'll say, oh, yeah, like they don't have to give a reason. They just fire you. Right? That doesn't look good. You know what I mean? But they will do what they have to do, right, in order to cut costs. Because that's what the whole game is about at this point, cutting costs. So, yeah. Whether it applies or not, the unfortunate gutting of the Department of Education at this time has rendered them completely unable to regulate these things. Yeah, exactly. And they cannot issue any guidance. They cannot provide any funding for universities to try to lessen, right, class sizes. Another thing too is, again, a K through 12 teacher. Well, I'll talk about a high school teacher. They teach more or less six, right? 6 sessions, right, that they have to teach every single day, right? The step up from what I'm doing would be teaching 5 university courses, if not more, because I would still have to adjunct on top of that. 5. Like, imagine dealing with undergraduates in 5 different courses, all with huge amounts of students. It's impossible. It feels impossible. Even when I was just adjuncting and had 5 courses. It was so tiring. It felt impossible. The overwhelming majority of autistic and or ADHD students are undiagnosed. In the classroom of 30 students, it's very difficult for us neurodivergent minds not to be distracted by other students. Well, not only that, but then it makes it very hard to accommodate people, right? Because if you have a room full of a whole bunch of people, right, and the only thing they care about is efficiency and, expedience, right? That means you have to cut things, right? You technically, by law, have to make these accommodations in the United States. That's true. But how you effectuate them is a whole different story. And that's what you see is when people are forced to cut corners, the most marginalized are the corners that are cut. You know what I mean? Like, that's what people need to recognize. In the United States, people live in a regime that's all about cutting costs, right? That neoliberal, we need to cut costs, as if that makes revenue, right? It doesn't. So, what does that mean? When it comes to the individual educator, they have to make cuts too. And it is sad to me that it usually results in the most marginalized being those corners that are cut. Because especially in a public university, they should be getting, they should be able to get the tools that they need to succeed because they might not necessarily have the advantages of other students. But you can't do that if there's no money. And you can't do that if you're getting fewer and fewer instructors that have to teach larger and larger class sizes. Because like I said, when it comes to cutting corners, the most marginalized are the corners that are almost always cut first. And it's that. This is a messed up world that is completely unjust. Completely unjust. And I cannot imagine feeling justified in cutting those corners myself. That's just me. Hello, sevens. We have a lot of stuff in YouTube chat, so means much more than your personal achievements. I found, like I had a student that took like genocide studies and also like stuff like that. They ended up they're now like they're now a lawyer. Like they started off talking about international law in my class, right? Because I have to teach international, because like that's something I work with because of genocide studies, right? And it's like now they're a lawyer, like a very in a very important law firm and a very important blah blah blah. It's like, you know what I mean? It's like I'm so proud of my students, so proud of them. I could that's why even to this day I'm like, if you need something, you can always email me and I will respond. And if you need a letter of recommendation, if you need whatever, I will do that. That has always been my policy, always, since I first started teaching 1,000 years ago. Because it feels as though it's worth far more than your own personal things. Like the articles I've written, that's fine. But a person that took stuff that they learned in my class and now they've become their own expert in, that means so much. Actually, because so many of them do keep in contact with me to this day. Right? There is 23. Oh, I see. Whether it applies. Oh, yeah, I saw that. Industry keeps complaining about not being able to fill STEM positions with American citizens. They should be lobbying for small class sizes. Sure. Yes, typically 6 47-minute courses or on a block schedule 3 30-minute alternating days. I have a lot of health issues from my inability to eat during the day due to my load. No, exactly. That's the problem I had. Because, it's not exactly the same. But when I was adjuncting and I was doing 5 courses, 2 of them were at one institution. 1 of them was at another one, at one that was a little bit nearby. And then the last 2 were at one that I had to travel a bit to get to, right? There is no time, right? Like um, it really made the quote by James Baldwin, right? It's expensive to be poor. It really hit me because I thought for me to eat something or for me to do something that actually would be beneficial to me is so difficult because of the fact that you're constantly working and you are running back and forth, and the ability for you to do something like think about your food choices, right? That thinks down in the order of things that you have to care about, right? Let alone eating itself, right? So, just one of those horrific things. That's why you will see perfect. Like, I will admit, like there was times when it was in that period before students start walking into the class that I would eat, those like the Nabisco crackers, right, with peanut butter. I would eat a couple of those, and that was my lunch. You know, that was my lunch. Like, okay, like this is what I have to go off of, right? Because I can't sit down to eat a meal because at the end of this course, once this class is over, I have to go get in my car and drive an hour away to go teach some other courses. I thought at a summer school in Querétaro, Steve de Stab, Unidad de Querétaro, spent the whole summer. I really enjoyed it. Oh, that's wonderful. It's just that I was being paid by the CA. No, very nice. Of all the problems I have with Ireland, we these days do look after our teachers, and they are pretty powerful unions considered good. Yeah. One of the biggest things about STEM in the US is the retention rate of women in the field. Women get into STEM, but we leave due to misogyny. Oh, yeah. I mean, let alone, like, even, like, history has a very conservative tradition, right? There are you can be very conservative and a historian. Hearing a diatribe by a former colleague about, like, oh, why is it that people don't just use he or she? Why do they have to use they when they is, well? Like, you're a tenured professor. Like, come on, like, what are you doing? All of my siblings and their partners are engineers. I see. Looking at studying psychology and education law. Oh, very nice. You planted great seed. I truly hope so. I truly hope so. That is all I could ever wish for. It's an increasingly non-ergonomic society, and that's how the inequality of freedom is hidden through an individualization of its burdens. It's just your problem. Yeah, exactly. Never mind the obstacles are deliberately set up such that they are not equally surmountable given the wide breadth of an individual situation, largely but not solely stratified by individual wealth position. And that is before we even talk about prejudice, right? Like prejudices that exist, right, that also afflict that.
Left out, but they were consolidating power. They had managed to push the Moors out of the Iberian Peninsula by 1492. During that, they instituted an Inquisition, first targeted at Jews and eventually Muslims.
Oh, okay. See you later, reference frame. It was so nice to speak with you. Oui. Bonsoir. Bonsoir.
And consolidate Catholic power, made particularly manifest just 1 year after the establishment of the Inquisition, with the marriage of Ferdinand II and Isabel I.
By the way, the Inquisition also helped because then, because of the Reconquista, way how it worked, it meant that power was very decentralized in Spain. And they used the Inquisition as a way to centralize power because then this supra-judicial organization, institution, had the ability, right, to had a centralized administration that then led to the destitution of the former, I guess if you want to call them feudal domains, to then concentrate power in the crown, right? So that's another thing to consider. My sister was sometimes the only young woman in her class. Oh yeah, I believe it.
By joining Aragon and Castile, Charles V would succeed Ferdinand and eventually become Holy Roman Emperor. So because of the Portuguese navigation problem and needing to expend all of that newly found power due to this Reconquista, Isabel listened to an outlandish plan from an Italian navigator named Christopher Columbus. He said that he could reach India by heading west and sailing all the way around the world.
Technically, I mean, this is... There were other people that also had this idea, not just Christopher Columbus. I'll just put it like that. But oh my gosh, this painting, like just looking at it, right? Like you see the indigenous people over here, and they almost look like ghosts or something, right? Like they're not even depicted as fully human here, right? Like what is this dude's foot? You know? No. Because obviously the focal point is supposed to be Christopher Columbus, right? But as soon as you look at the sides over here, like what are these women trying to grab from the floor? What is, this? Like I would love to read a good article or something that's like an art history of these paintings, because some of them are very incorrect. Like, one, a lot of paintings of Christopher Columbus in his first voyage show a priest, right? Or a friar. No such person was ever on any of the three ships, the Nina, the Pinta, the Santa Maria, none of them. They did not have a single priest. That was added after the fact, because then they could say, oh, we're claiming this for Christendom, blah, 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 blah.
Thought at that point to be a massive expanse of ocean. Isabel allowed him to have numerous titles and even said that he could take 1/10 of the riches he might find. He argued he could make it around the world using the special ocean-going sailing ships that Europe had developed called a carrack. These allowed for having more cargo and weathering some of the storms typical of the ocean. There's a common myth that Columbus proved that the Earth wasn't flat, but that was something created by Washington Irving in 1828.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Washington Irving, he's the one that said people used to think the world's flat. Even the Torah talks about and the Tanakh, it talks about the roundness of the planet. And you already had Eratosthenes, right, in ancient 5th century BCE, already also showing that. Like, in fact, he was able to calculate the circumference of the Earth to quite a startling accuracy. People knew that it was round because every other celestial object is also round, right? And technically, it's an oblate spheroid, right? But Grandma was a registered nurse. She wanted to be a doctor, but only affluent or well-connected women could become MDs when Grandma went through school. I see.
Everyone knew that the Earth was round. There was just a debate as to how much ocean there was. Lucky for Columbus, there was another landmass in the way. So with these allowances...
That's right. Like, essentially what they thought is that there was this huge ocean of nothing, right? Kind of like the Atlantic Ocean is far narrower as an ocean, right? But like the gap that the Pacific Ocean has, right, is kind of more what they thought would just exist between Europe and Asia. If you could imagine that. I think that's a little bit easier to imagine.
From Isabel, known as the Capitulations of Santa Fe, Columbus was able to outfit 3 ships and sail west. He departed in August of 1492 and arrived in the Caribbean in October. He sailed to several islands and even established a short-lived garrison called La Navidad in modern-day Haiti. He returned east, landing in Portugal in March of 1493. Columbus wrote of riches and still claimed it was India that he'd landed in, hence why indigenous people of these two continents became known as Indians. While he was sailing back, Taínos raided and destroyed La Navidad, but Columbus would return on his second voyage and establish a colony in Hispaniola. This too would eventually fail with a mining boom in 1500, but Columbus would not be governor by that point, partially because he set up a tribute system that exacted incredibly...
What? You can see the video. Bonsoir, bonsoir. It's just that he stopped on this slide. It's not like moving. Yeah, no worries.
Harsh punishment if indigenous people did not come bearing tribute of gold. Columbus enslaved numerous people and even sent some back to Europe. But the final straw came when he began punishing some of his Spanish...
Yeah, no, I know. I know it's because it's a lecture, right? That's why I'm going through it as well as adding my own stuff. But if people want to move on, that's fine too. I'm more than happy to. Because we could always go to something a bit more funny. Go on. But the point being that once you have, right, the capitulations of Santa Fe, the establishment of Hispaniola, which, by the way, in Spanish just means Española. It literally means the Spanish thing, right? The Spanish island. I was being a bit facetious. Oh, okay, no worries, no worries. That's also when you initially have Columbus wanting to enslave the indigenous people. But then, because the Portuguese had started to do the slave trade themselves, then you have the importation of African slaves. Bartolomé de las Casas, right, in his brief account of the destruction of the Indies, wrote about the horrors of having the indigenous people enslaved. But in his book, he then says, maybe we should turn to this other trade, right? Like, essentially, he said, why don't we do African slavery instead? He later came to regret that, right? Because, like, everything up to the point before that is good, right? Makes sense, yes. Horrible, don't enslave them, leave them alone, right? Blah, blah, blah. But when he says, I have to come up with an alternative, and that would be chattel slavery, he later lived to regret it.
Underlings with this tribute system, eventually causing him to be recalled in chains. Yet Isabel would allow him to do 2 more voyages, one in 1498, where he would actually land in South America rather than in the islands of the Caribbean, and a final one in 1502, hoping to circumnavigate the globe, but instead simply going to Central America and confirming that there was indeed a new continent, not just islands. Though in this final voyage, his crew got so tired of his tyranny that they marooned him in Jamaica. In order to prevent an attack on his men who remained with him there, he overawed the indigenous people by predicting an upcoming eclipse, allowing them to survive for another year. They would eventually get rescued, but Columbus's hopes of personal empire were long gone. Instead, Isabel had appointed Francisco de Bobadilla to take over for Columbus, and this is how she found out about Columbus's misdeeds. So instead of the tribute system...
And again, there were so many misdeeds. This is the reason why when people try to, like, whitewash what Columbus did, how horrible he was, the fact that it took another colonial administrator to be like, yeah, what he did was fucked up. You know what I mean? Like, it
He eventually implemented what became known as the encomienda, which was essentially the manorial system of Spain, as in serf.
And another thing too is the encomienda system in the Americas also has an equivalent in the French colonies. It's not exactly the same, but the système seigneurial, right, is what existed in Quebec, where essentially it was kind of like a modified manorial system as well. So at least his heart and head were in the right. It's like yeah, exactly. It's like, you know, as a
in the New World is instead of serfs, indigenous people were made slaves. Governors would issue large land grants to Spaniards, and those Spaniards owned everything within it, including the people. This encomienda became fully regulated with the Law of the Indies in 1512, and the system was officially abolished with the new laws in 1542, though various governors would find ways around that abolition. Even before...
And they found a lot of ways around it. That's the thing, is they found so many different ways around it because they would say, well, I'm not trafficking, quote unquote, with, you know, at a time when they said, like, don't be doing that, right? Let's say, I'm just giving this as a hypothetical example, right? What they would do is like, well, I'm not trafficking. I'm merely sending, you know, I'm merely having them march in a direction for morale purpose, who knows, whatever, right? Or obedience purposes, right? And they just happen to have gone to this other person's estate, right? This other person's plantation to go work at, right? They just happen to do that, you know? Some of it is that silly. Too far, yeah, exactly.
that African slavery became a possibility. Ferdinand and Isabella gave dispensation for importing African slaves to the Americas, often through the Portuguese who controlled a great deal of ports in Africa. Slaves were prisoners from local African wars sold to Europeans at these ports. They had to be non-Christians, since papal decrees interpreted explicit biblical condonement of slavery as excluding Christianity. The first...
Which, by the way, I've talked about this before. In other words, there's just been a trail of red flags in the capitalist class Epstein yes, forever, the whole time. Because yes, there are those stories about what Christopher Columbus did with young indigenous women. I'm not going to go in depth on it here because that's actually something that I don't think I want to at this juncture, but maybe at some other time. Because it is pretty bad. Point being, however, that it's important that they say they can't be Christian. Why? Because I've talked about this before. When they had the system of limpieza de sangre, right, a purity of blood in Spain, right, which is used against Jewish people, right, if you had Jewish ancestry. They said, oh my goodness. Oh, thank you so very much, Looney Tunes 9000. Thank you so much. Ooh, I love all the emotes. Hold your horses. It's been a whole year since I've been to... Well, that's wonderful. Wonderful. So nice to see. Thank you so much for your resub. Because they said the indigenous people have purity of blood. That doesn't... And this goes back to what Philip was asking me before about blood quantum. The Spanish said they could have never heard about Christ. Therefore, they could never have rejected Christ, right? This is their logic. So, therefore, they have purity of blood and you could get married with them, blah, blah, blah. They said, however, this does not extend to Africans because they could have known about Jesus and therefore rejected him and be heretic and therefore be, infidels, whatever, blah, blah, blah. So, even though tons of people in Africa had never heard of Jesus, had never known about Christianity, because of this idea that, well, they could have known, that is what gave license to them being imprisoned and being enslaved. Oh yeah, we still have some rangs named as slavers, yeah. I'm interested in learning about successful revolts and resistance movements. I saw an audiobook about the Pueblo Revolt of 1680. Yeah. And there also were some that happened, like that one, because that one's in New Mexico. That one's very important. But there also were some revolts that happened as the Spanish began to colonize further south in Mexico and further north, right? Because essentially, the indigenous nations that kept fighting, right? Like the Spanish called it the Apacheria. They were never able to defeat the Apaches. Right? Like literally, even the Mexican state, right? At the turn of the 20th century, right? Even they fought wars against the Apache people, right? You know what I mean? So yeah, it's very, very fascinating.
Shipment crossed the Atlantic in the year 1500. Due to their wish to be seen as most Catholic or defenders of Catholicism, they allowed monks to send missions over to the New World that would implement what were known as reductions, as in relocating Indians into congregations, thereby reducing their ability to stray and making sure that they had properly converted to Christianity.
Then this is a huge thing, because who gets to determine what is proper, right? It meant that this caste of clergy, right, were the ones that got to decide whether or not, right, the grave injustice of a legal system that by definition punished the indigenous people, right, would get to how far that punishment could go. Right? Because people, and the thing is that this isn't unique to the Spanish either. This is something that the English did, that the French did. It's just that we happen to have Spaniards that wrote about it and were like, "This is horrifying. Don't do this. This is bad." Yes, yes. Thank you so much. Yes. If you'd like to help me, you can always go to my throne or go to my Ko-fi to donate directly.
Released by Spanish definitions. The system became more voluntary in the 1520s, but for the first 17 years,
Oh, good to
these
see you.
reductions were by force, and there would be recurrences of that force.
They literally would say, like, this is something that they eventually came up with a little formula, and I call it a formula because I see it as part of a something larger, right? It's like they came up with this little script, right, that they would read, right, talking about Jesus, right, talking about the gospel. And they said if they met people that didn't understand, this is how it was supposed to be. If they didn't understand it, then they couldn't be held as, infidels, right? They couldn't, because they just had never learned of Christ. If they understood it, then they could be punished had they strayed, quote unquote, from the faith. But then they took it a step further. They began to recite these formulas, right? Therefore, introducing them to Christianity, whether they understood it or understood what the hell they were saying or not. And that justified them imprisoning them, murdering them, enslaving them, etc., etc. Literally. And again, you see this in all of the colonial ventures, right? Not just of the Spanish, but of others too.
Forceful reduction to voluntary reduction over the centuries in various forms. One person who was particularly important in these transitions between encomienda and reductions was a man named Bartolome de las Casas.
That's right. Thank you so much, Sling Yes, if you are on Twitch and you would like to get out of watching ads, you can always subscribe, and then you'll have an entire month without ads when you watch this stream. Also, if you have an Amazon Prime account and you link it to your Twitch account, you get one free subscription, which you can give to the streamer of your choice. And I would be deeply humbled if that happened to be me.
Casas had an encomienda himself, which he gave up in 1515, and thereby turned around to campaign for better treatment of Indians. Eventually, he was even appointed protector of the Indians. His 1552 account of the destruction of the Indies popularized knowledge of numerous Spanish atrocities, eventually blown out of proportion into what became known as the Black Legend.
And this is what I'm talking about, the Black Legend, right? The Protestant countries, like the Dutch, like the British, or the English, I guess we could be more specific, they use the idea of the Black Legend to say, well, we're actually beneficent colonizers and settler colonists, right? Because, oh, how evil the Spanish are, right? So they created the White Legend, right? That, oh, the English, they were actually very kind. And the whole idea of Thanksgiving and all of that stuff, that's also part of that, right? Like, I would argue that that's definitely part of that because it didn't function how people make it seem. Like, I remember people telling me, oh, they fought, but then they realized that, they had to come together, blah, blah, blah. It's things like that. It's these images that they try to portray in this drama that ultimately are not necessarily based in fact, right? Like, for example, Squanto, right? Like, when they talk about, the Massachusetts Bay Colony, right? Plymouth and all that, right? Squanto, the first thing that the indigenous people said to the Pilgrim Fathers when they first saw them was, "Do you have any beer?" Why? Why did Squanto say that in perfect English? Well, because he had already crossed the Atlantic 5 times. He was more well-traveled than the Pilgrim Fathers that claim the whole, this is our story. Like Samoset as well. Right? I believe it was Squanto that he had once he went to England, right? Then he was captured and put on a Spanish ship and put into slavery. Then he escaped, right? But they dropped him off way too far. I forget which port it was. I can't remember if it was in Canada or not. So he said, I'm going to go back to England because it was too far for him to walk back to Massachusetts, right? He had already crossed the Atlantic 5 times. He knew Spanish. He knew English and his indigenous language. Right? And he literally went back on a ship, right, working on a ship because, again, him walking from Labrador all the way down to Massachusetts was too far. So he went back to England and waited until he could take a boat out. By the time that the Pilgrim Fathers meet them, these people are more worldly in every possible way. That's why the first thing they ask him is, "Can I have some beer?" Because they already knew what it was. Yeah, because beer is delicious, true. The Black Legend sort of lent itself to an anti-Spain sentiment and proxy anti-Europe that would influence. Oh yeah, I mean, this is something that you see in early modern, and it still persists to this day, in a different form, obviously. That the term superstition, right? Someone being superstitious literally just meant someone was Catholic. If you read 18th century novels, even Jane Austen, when she refers to, Jane Fairfax is a little bit superstitious, they're literally saying that they're Catholic. Because that's how they viewed it. That Protestantism was religion, Catholicism was superstition. And so that's why you have a lot of horror elements to this day in America that have, and you've seen this, Catholic elements, right? It involves black masses, it involves all these other things, right? But that comes from the Black Legend, right? And that still persists today. In fact, some people have called it like Hispanophobia, right? That sort of, by way of England colonizing the Americas, right? America inherited it and then built upon it. But you still have the fact that even in the 18th century, even well after the colonization had started, you have people like, I said, like Jane Austen, using superstition as a byword for Catholic. Never knew that. Weird. Yeah, because like even the phrase, I know I brought this up before, right? But the term hocus pocus, the English term hocus pocus, comes from making fun of the superstition of Catholics, because that's when they hold up the host, right, and they say "Hocis corpus meo." That's where hocus pocus comes from. It's making fun of the idea of transubstantiation being done in Latin, right? Why do you think so many magical things, so many superstitious things are in Latin, right? Or are set in places like Italy or in Spain, or you know what I mean? Like it's a very common term that really develops in the 18th century in England and then sort of spills over into the United States as well. Right. Roman Catholics were seen as some sort of fifth column that could be activated by the Pope at Rome in a moment's notice. That's true. A lot of religious villains in the Western works, and hell, even Japan, have a lot of Catholic imagery. Yeah, like think about what's the name of that anime? Death Note. Misa Amane. He literally has saint statuette and candles. Like stuff you see in Catholic churches. You see her wearing stuff that's like, the Sacred Heart of Jesus. Right? You see her dressing in Gothic stuff is also very much based on Catholic stuff, right? But what is it tied to? The obscure, the magical, the obscurantist, etc., with superstition. That's still there today. Why do you think that so many horror films even in US media involve a priest or involve the church in some way? For that reason. As a Baptist child, I was taught Catholics were doing witchcraft during my... Yes, that's it. See, this is... I'm so glad you brought this up. Yes. I've done research on this before. I wrote a huge work on it, like a book chapter length work. And you'd be surprised how much the idea that Catholics do magic... I mean, that's why hocus pocus is something related to magic. right? Hocis corpus meum. This is my body, right? Why do you think so many things of magic involve grails filled with poison, right? Why so many of the novels that sort of defined the beginning of what we would now call the beginnings of horror, right? Like The Monk. They don't have any monks in England. They have them in Italy. Where, they have them in Spain, where the book is set, right? And I could go more in depth on this, if people would like, because there's a lot more there. But yeah, like, it's the reason why Hocus Pocus, the usage of Latin for spells, all of that stuff, right, is treated with suspicion. In fact, in the Merry Wives of Windsor, and I laugh. Oh, when I hear a very good rendition of the Merry Wives of Windsor, I laugh at this part because it's one of the women in the town, and she's talking about how, like, oh, my son, he goes to school and they teach him to hick and to hack, and hick and hack means here and there in Latin. Like hic mulier means the woman is here, this woman, etc. So, like, they're even making fun of that, right? To hick and to hack is anti-Catholic, stuff. So, it's all there. Evangelicals calling other people superstitious is wild. Yeah. Yeah, and Misa is seen as the stupid one who's manipulated by light. Right. Who also has a god complex, right? Like, he actually has a god complex, but he kind of, I don't know, I've read an interesting take on it before. That it's interesting because Misamane is so coded with Catholicism that also the Shinigami are as well, right? Because what do they do? Right? Like, what do they do in the Shinigami world? They just gamble, right? Like those are things vices that were attributed to Catholics, right? So even the Shinigami, right, kind of have this, right? Like, they have their skull stuff, chain, their books, right? It's all to evoke the types of things that Catholic priests would have, for example. But even then, it's always like an extension thereof, right? It's extending the metaphor even further to where then it becomes grotesque, it becomes monstrous. So, yeah. I was told frequently, I'm glad you're loving it, Bad Lefty, as the child that Catholics practice idolatry as well with all the art image. Exactly. Like, that is why if you look at so many films, so many horror films, you will see things that are typically Catholic. Oh, also, here's another thing too that's racist as well, right? This was I forget which show this is in. Was it Dexter? I think it might have been Dexter. They do the same thing with Santeria, with voodoo, right? With all of these things, right? They do that, the same thing. But because what are they connected to? Catholicism. Right? That's the reason why, like, in different, like, of those crime shows, right? Oh, the Latin American community, they do these, like, ritualistic blah, 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 right? That's the modern instantiation of that same thing. Still there. So, yeah. As a superstitious, scary, bad lefty myself, right? Claiming other people's religion is scary magic is very common. True. That's very true. I mean, that's the reason why the anti-Semitic obsession with like the Kabbalah and the Talmud doesn't make any sense to Jewish people, because it's like, that book isn't it's not a novel, right? Like, it's not an instruction manual, but they almost want to frame it as that, because then it means like, they're practicing magic, right? And it's like, no, that's not what it is. The first major Jewish political party led by a Jewish man was the Know Nothing Party, held by Charles. Yeah. They were quite progressive on some things. They chose to turn to America against Catholics. Well, I will say that during the great influx of immigration, before the United States closed that door in 1924, there are you can look up American political cartoons anti-Catholic. There's literally one that comes to mind, and I think it's called America Babylon or something like that. And it literally shows, right, alligators, right, but instead of an alligator or like a crocodile, right, instead it's the mitre, you know, the hat that bishops wear that has like two peaks. It has that. It has them literally as like reptilic creatures coming out of the ocean to invade America, and their mitre is their mouth of the thing. Actually, let me look it up because it's actually quite interesting. Since we're talking about this, I think this was a good. You have to see this one. Like this one. This one is the one that sticks in my mind so much, just because it was ridiculous. Here we go. Oh yeah, the American River Ganges of all things. Okay. Oh, this one's actually quite crisp. Isn't it showing? Picture. Huh. Wait, it's still showing the other picture. Can you see the picture? Because it's showing like it's still back to the other thing. If not, it should be showing it. I don't know why it's not showing it. Let's see here. It's not showing it. That is so weird. No, I don't know. That is so weird. Oh, there we go. That's so weird. Sorry, I don't know why it's not wanting to show it. That is very. Uh, there we go. Okay, there we go. Okay, now I think it'll. Okay, there we go. So you can see it now, right? It says American River Ganges. And you can see, right, that the crocodiles, the alligators, right? Those are bishops. That's how they depicted Catholics back then. Like, think about that. Like, literally depicting them as creatures. Yeah. I don't know why it doesn't show the whole picture, but But yeah, I mean, I think you get the point. I think you get the point, right? That's how they depicted Catholics, as literal reptilian creatures that were there to, so, yeah. Not good. Not good at all. No, it's so weird. It doesn't want to work on this. Okay. That's crazy. Reptilian short king protecting women against papism. Yeah, no, it is like David Icke. But before they used to have the same thing, but about Catholics, right? Like that's the thing. Like like the forms of prejudice are repeated throughout history, right? It only they metastasize, but the difference is that they take up, right, the whatever it is that it's looking at, the thing that it's whatever spewing hatred at, right? That is what changes. That is what changes the overall what it is. But so much of it is still the same. So much of it is still the same.
Whereby people would take actual atrocities and magnify them into myths, all in order to condemn the Catholicism that Spain represented. Nonetheless, the atrocities were indeed numerous, beginning with Columbus's tribute system and continuing through further conquest, which indeed Spain wished to do. Expanding from Hispaniola became an incredibly important part of...
Hold up. I just realized something. This. There we go. Oh, you know what? Now I think I can show the whole thing. It was frozen this whole time. Okay, here we go. Now you can see it better. Look at the way they're depicting Catholics. Notice what's in the background. A destroyed U.S. public school. Who would have thought? Back then America actually cared about its schools, I guess. Right? But, I mean, look at this. And you can see, right, this is their face. But they also have human faces here. This is just... I don't even know. It's crazy to me. Yeah. But, that's history for you. And Tammany Hall, yeah. Because there was because it had to do with labor, right? Oh, well, we have all these immigrants that can do work, right, cheaply. Oh, but they're going to come in and blah, blah, blah. Typical stuff.
The Spanish Empire. These people who led expeditions outward were called conquistadors. So with these new discoveries and the possibilities of more, Spain and Portugal had to renegotiate their 1479 treaty delineating the Atlantic, this time splitting the earth along a longitudinal line that would eventually allow the Portuguese to establish Brazil within their sector. This Treaty of Tordesillas had to be amended in 1429 with the Treaty of Zaragoza splitting...
By the way, one thing that's very interesting about this is, had Britain or England never left the Catholic Church, the idea is that it would have had to abide by the Treaty of Tordesillas. Right? Oh, well, it's by the Pope, therefore we have to do it because we're bound to Rome. That was another reason why the Anglican Church became as powerful as it did, was because, now we can forego all of the papal treaties, right, that are made between these two Catholic powers, and we can do our own thing. We're going to do our own colonization with blackjack and hookers, right? You know what I mean? Tammany Hall, and is that a harp and a pirate flag? Yeah, because Catholics. Because Irish Catholics, and also the idea that there were piratical, Italians and stuff. The harp on the blue-green background. Yeah. Yep.
the world further, this time with the line going through Asia. Because of Tordesillas, a cartographer named Amerigo Vespucci helped Portugal claim the Amazon River and officially proclaimed a new continent. Hence why the two continents
Forgot the blackjack,
are known
right?
as North and South America, named after Amerigo Vespucci, who was then working for Portugal in mapping out Brazil.
You know what's funny? I've actually read that this isn't the case. Now, I'm not saying it isn't the case. I'm saying I've read people that have argued that how it actually came to be was not Amerigo Vespucci. Why? Because in naming conventions of Europe, only royalty and saints get things named after their first name. Think about that. It's Washington, D.C., not George, D.C., right? Washington. Washington, D.C. District of Columbia. Christopher Columbus. Columbia. Right? And then the other one would be Georgia, right? After King George, right? So there's a problem to say that he was the one it was named after, because then we should have been called Vespuccia, technically. And this is their contention, that there was a map maker, a cartographer, right? That his surname, he was Welsh. His name was Americ. And they would call it Americ's land, and that they have the name Americ on it. And that's how you get America and Amerique, right? That's their contention. Because there was a cartographer named Americ who did put his name on his maps, because they all did. Right? So, it would make more sense, again, this is their argument, that it was named after this cartographer, later attributed to Amerigo Vespucci, than the other way around. Who knows? I could see that logic. Can you even imagine? I know. But you can see how their argument is built upon naming conventions, because look, it's Prince Edward Island, right, in Canada, right? Queen Maud's land in what's it called, in Antarctica, right? Pennsylvania, after William Penn. See? Right? So, therefore, ergo vis-a-vis concordantly, right? It couldn't have been named after Amerigo Vespucci. It was named after a Welsh cartographer whose maps he would put Americ on. Americ. And that's where it came from. Because it was Americ land. And then there were, it's a Amerique. Because that's his surname. And that fits with the naming conventions. It's possible. You can see, Victoria, petition to officially change the name to Las Islas de las Tortugas. Yes, Tortuga. Yes, I like that. So, right. Bermuda. It's named after the sailor Bermudez. You see, like, it keeps aggregating more and more and more. Like, there's no way they could have named. How could they name it after his first name? He wasn't royalty. He wasn't a saint, right? Because you have Saint Louis, because he's a saint, right? Santa Clara, it's a saint, right? Saints and royalty, they get to have their first names. Us filthy commoners, only our surnames. So, I don't know.
Vespucci would be the one to popularize the idea of a new world, since Columbus, who had acknowledged that there was a new continent, was then marooned in Jamaica.
Louisiana.
Portugal and Spain.
Louisiana. Very good point. Louisiana. Washington State. Right? Edmonton. Or Prince Edmund, right? Blah, blah, blah. And it keeps going. Etc., etc. Yeah, Carolina, Santa Maria, yeah. You know, St. Augustine's, Florida. Saint. I don't know. Like, maybe. I don't know. I guess so. Yeah, etc. vis-a-vis concordantly. Yes, indeed.
Conquistadors could seek new lands. They would set up semi-private ventures to create...
Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. I hate these pictures. Like, okay, art, you know, use it for historic, but just the way how they depict. One, they always show only Spanish soldiers, right, fighting against the Mexica. But it's always like in an impossible place for them to have actually fought. On the top of a temple made of stone. Because, yeah, that's where they're going to go. Right? You know, in a temple that you could surround with men. Yeah, that's where they're going to go. Where there's no water. Right? Where there's no food or water. Right? And it also shows them using swords. Do you see the problem with these things? Like, it's a bit, some issues around here. And also the priest, like, what the hell is the priest doing right here? Like, that's what I never got about this painting. I'm like, this dude's up here climbing on top of the temple, right? And these people are just, like, running away. I don't know what this dude is doing, but I'm always like, what is the priest doing here? Like, there's just some guy that fell backwards. And then there's just this random priest. Like, I'm like, what is he there for? I don't know.
Colonies of their own. For instance, in 1517, the Cordoba expedition against the Mayan city-states in the Yucatan was...
Yeah, St. Petersburg, right. It looks like a goddamn good versus evil D&D illustration. Right, exactly, the blind monk.
Dismally defeated. 2 years later, Hernan Cortez landed with his own expedition in what is now Veracruz, Mexico. He'd already had some trouble with mutineers in Cuba, and so he burned the ships behind him, making sure that the expedition had nowhere else to go. He gathered indigenous allies who had grown tired of Aztec rule, and used them, along with his overwhelming technology, to take their capital of Tenochtitlan, killing...
Oh, look, I'm glad that I'm so glad, and this is, again, you know, he's also an academic historian, and I very much... The fact that, I mean, I'm pretty sure that, yeah, he has his bibliography here, right? Very important. But one thing to also keep in mind is, yeah, it was technology plus the fact that they had, like, a whole bunch of people, indigenous people that were willing to fight the Mexica, right? Because, yeah, they were a domineering imperial force. That is true. Did that necessitate what the Spanish did to everybody else once they defeated them? No. But that's one of those things that... Because that's where this idea that the indigenous people were worse than the Europeans comes from, too. It's like an extension to the Black Legend. But it's one that colonizers use, right? That, yes, the... indigenous people are despotic, evil, blah, blah, blah. And it's not true. It's not true.
Thousands in the process. This is what became Mexico City.
He's spamming his abilities on cooldown. True. Presumably, he's there to provide spells to cure light wounds. Yeah. he's the healer. I love that. Spanish naming places be Ciudad de la Santísima Trinidad y Puerto de Nuestra Señora de la Virgen de María de los Buenos. Yeah, I mean, let me see. I actually want to show one because there are some that are like. But yes, you're right. Um, okay. One of them is Villa de Nuestra Señora de la Asunción de las Aguas Calientes. What do we call it? Aguas Calientes. Right? And I'm trying to think. Also, Los Angeles. Pueblo de Nuestra Señora la Reina de Los Ángeles. The town of Our Lady of the Queen of the Angels. That's LA's full name. Because you also have this other thing too. This is much more in the case of Mexico. I know it exists otherwhere, but you also have towns that have that, right? Like Villa del Santo Martir, blah 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 blah, and then it'll be added on with the indigenous Nahuatl name, right? Because there's like Nuestra Señora de la Asunción de Guamairo, San Juan Bautista de la Cañada, blah blah blah, but it's just called La Cañada, right? But then you also have ones where it's like Mexico City Tenochtitlan, right? So you'll have like San Jose or Tlaxcala de Xicotenacatl, right? Or something like Nuevo San Juan Parangaricutiro, right? In Michoacán, right? Like even that one's a little bit like, that's a little bit long, but like yeah, you have super 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 long names like that. If they're viewed as here we go. Because then there's one that's called San Pedro y San Pablo Texquixtepec. It's 28 letters across. So, but yeah. But those names, I don't know, like they're fascinating to me. Nothing worse than us here in LA. Put that on a baseball cap, yeah. El pueblo de Nuestra Señora Reina de Los Ángeles, like.
So named for the valley in which Tenochtitlan occupied. Spaniards would rapidly expand their possessions on the mainland from there, dubbing these imperial holdings New Spains. By 1524, Spain established the Council of the Indies in order to centralize power among these various colonies. The same year that the Cordoba expedition failed, Ponce de Leon had found the Florida coast, sailing as far north as what is now Virginia. 3 years later, Estevao Gomez explored the entirety of what is today's United States coast. In 1527, the Narvaez expedition landed in Florida and went along the coast, eventually going inland in what is now Texas and making...
Think about this, okay? The Narvaez expedition. They like landed in Florida, essentially, and then walked all the way across the southern United States into Texas, trying to get to the Rio Grande, so that way they could reach, the other Spanish settlements. Think about that. Going from Florida, right, the east coast of Florida, and walking all the way across, you reach El Paso. That is a long, long walk. Very long walk. I don't know about you.
it as far west as Sonora. Then by 1539...
Oh yeah, Sonora, so even more west. They went to a state that is catty-corner border with California. Even farther than that. That must have took... Yeah, it took a long time.
went inland from Florida, often fighting indigenous people along the way. The expedition fared poorly and broke up, but some of their members made it as far as modern-day New Mexico. This prompted an expedition from the newly renamed Mexico City, formerly Tenochtitlan, heading north to find what were reported to be the Seven Cities of Gold, or Cibola. The Coronado expedition made it to New Mexico in 1540, and even had a failed diversion all the way out into the Great Plains.
Yeah, so that's one thing to think about too. So I've talked about this before, right? There are people who, to this day, because identity is constructed, in northern New Mexico in particular, where they decided that they weren't like Mexicans. What do I mean by that? Is that they started to claim that they were Spanish Americans. Right? Oh, well, we're the descendants of the conquistadors, particularly like these. And so therefore, you can't treat us like you treat Mexicans. Because we're Spanish. Right? That's their whole contention. And there are some very interesting things that have resulted because of this. Like the fact that there's this one prominent figure in one of the books I've used for the research on this that talks about how he's a direct descendant of this governor or whatever of New Mexico, of Spanish New Mexico. There's only one problem. That supposed ancestor never had any children. So he has no direct ancestors. Right? But it's not about it being real. That's the thing about identity. It's about the construction of a supposed linkage to the past. So you have people that are claiming to be direct descendants of people that didn't have direct descendants. Right? But the mosquitoes were tortures for the colonizers. True. They got a lot of sicknesses. Not gonna lie, that's smart, but that couldn't be me.
Caused much damage among the Puebloan people and retreated in 1542. That same year, Juan Cabrillo mapped the California coast all the way to Oregon, though he died.
One thing I've always found a little bit strange is that yes, we can look at them as explorer or whatever, but it's weird to me how much deference we still give to. Again, I'm not saying that we shouldn't have it. No, I'm not saying that. But it is with the Cabrillo Trail is something that people can go down, right? It's literally in the footsteps of colonizers, right? But the similar routes that the indigenous people use, they don't care, right? They will just build a freeway over it, right? When that road wasn't to go to map the coast and for colonization, but was to go to some of their sacred sites, right? That doesn't become a trail that you can walk across, right? And walk to these special areas to the indigenous people. No, just the colonizers' path. Sounds like the family trees in the Book of Genesis. True, Rurik, true. Right? They were not nice guys on a nice mission, right? And that's something I've always been look, I get that it's a historical thing, but couldn't we also add in some of the trails that we know indigenous people took to get to the San Gabriel Mountains or to Big Bear or to something else? Because they literally found there's one mountain range, I forget where it is. It's not in Western California, it's out in the desert, but it's the indigenous people there think that that's where the beginning of the world happened. Is it a protected national monument? No, it's not. And those indigenous peoples are still around. Can they go to that mountain? No, they can't. Because that's not part of their reservation. You literally have a mountain in California that is for one of a variety of different peoples that are related to one another. They think that is literally where the beginning of the world started. And you're just completely discounting that because some Spanish guy invented chips and salsa over here. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's just I don't know. Yeah, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. I'm this place should be protected. People should know that this is the case. It shouldn't just be me because I'm probably misremembering facts about it. In fact, I was reading one book that was talking about archaeological digs around the Mexico City area, actually. And that a whole bunch of mining companies, right, a lot of them from Canada actually, and other things, that like they would find archaeological sites and just destroy them. They would be like, well, we have to build the mine somewhere. And it's like, you gotta be kidding me, bro. Like, come on. Like, it's like they would find like some important site that's kind of like out of the way. And they're just like, well, we have to put the mine here. Right? And so it's just destroyed. Like, what? I don't know. I have a huge problem with that. Yeah, the Puebloan peoples, right.
along the way. What would eventually become the United States.
Let's see. The Karankawa are not federally recognized, and the government uses that as a reason to not protect their sites, especially in Corpus Christi. Yes, that's true. And also, I will also add that the Tohono O'odham, which they are a nation that straddles the Mexico-U.S. border. But because it's a reservation, technically speaking, the federal government can't put the border wall there. So they have it open because the rest of their people live on the other side of the border. The border means nothing to them, right? They've lived in this area that just happens to be where the invisible line colonizers decided to put art is there. But when they were trying to build the more border wall and they wanted to put connexes and stuff like that there, they used the fact that their sacred spring was not included in their the parameters of their reservation, and they destroyed it and polluted it. They were willing to destroy the sacred spring of a nation to whom that border means nothing for the sake of upholding white supremacy and the border wall. That's what they did. Yeah. Chevron has been allowed to destroy known Karankawa settlement sites where artifacts have been found. I believe a refinery. Oh, I'm not surprised. I mean, that's the thing, is like, one of the things that, like, with a lot of the people that are my colleagues here in Mexico, that we've talked about, we've had a lot of discussions about this, is how do we find a way to write grants from the federal government here in Mexico, so then that way we can start preserving more of these historical sites and start to build like the beginnings of an archive, the beginnings of something, right? But it's impossible to get that money because it's not something that sells very easily, right? Like when they look at the grant requests, that's pretty low on their list, right? Because there's this one place, it's just out here in Morelos, which is like southwest, I believe, of Mexico City, where I can even give you a better example. The Maya train, right? The one that goes to the Yucatan, right? Yes, I'm glad that they're building high-speed rail in Mexico. However, there were indigenous archaeological sites that had to be destroyed in order to lay down that track because they wanted it to go in a straight line. They could have made it go up north, just a little bit, a little curve. They didn't want to do that. Oh no, it's cheaper to do it this way. And there were cenotes, right? These huge, like, essentially they're like big sinkholes, right? But sometimes they have interconnected caverns of fresh water that are now polluted because of the stuff to do the train. So while, yes, the train is something that ecologically speaking, right, is better than having all these cars, yes. But it came at the expense of archaeological sites that are now ruined forever. Like they literally, like everything got messed up, right? Like everything was either just thrown away or just removed. And I've spoken about archaeology before, right? Stratigraphy, right? Archaeology is that science, and one of the things that is important is the law of superposition. When you have stratigraphy, right, that's where you can see the different layers of habitation. We don't know how many times they had built up that city that was, or whatever that was there, because they just destroyed the entire context of it. So what do you do? Like, what do you do? Because yeah, like trains, great. Should it come at the expense of fresh water, cenotes, and that are also supposed to be protected sites, ecological sites, and also, archaeological sites that just happen to be in the way of progress, quote unquote, right? Yeah, disgusting. Yeah, sounds about white. Yeah, and again, the Yucatan is viewed as culturally distinct from the rest of Mexico. Why? Because it was called La Guerra de las Castas, the caste war, right? Because of the racial caste system the Spanish had. That went from 1847, so again, the white minority against the indigenous majority. Okay? 10% white, 90% indigenous. They fought a war between those two castes from 1847 to 1901. That is a long ass war for white supremacy. Think about that. Literally, in apartheid region, they were willing to fight a war against the indigenous people for over 50 years. Over 50 years. To ensure that the indigenous people could never be on equal footing with the white people that were there. Based in Merida, mostly. Yep, you never know, right? Yeah, where have we heard this story before? Right, exactly. And to this day, what do people want to see when they go to Yucatan? Mayan ruins. They want to go see Mayan cities. They want to go eat Mayan food. Pendejos. Like, you know what I mean? Like, how on earth could you know what I mean? But they fought that war. They fought it very... It was a bad war, I'll put it like that. I mean, again, a war that lasts like 53 years, like, literally a war of white supremacy. Like, there's no other way to talk about it, right? I know Americans often don't think of Mexicans being capable of being white, but these people were like, oh, I have racial pedigree from, a royal family of Spain, whatever the hell, right? That's what they would claim. And they said, oh, well, these people, they can either work or we're going to go to war with them. It's their land. They've been fighting this. And, like, Yucatan then became a place where, during the killing fields in Guatemala, the other Mayan people that lived there were able to escape into Mexico and find safety there. Imagine if that caste war would have caused even worse, decimation of the population than it did. Right? And so, anyway, sorry, I don't mean to go off on a tangent, people know, right? Like, this is like my area of Mexican history is like, what I do. So that's the reason why, like, the Guerra de las Castas, it just was just ongoing. And they even wanted to make it its own country. They literally would have created an apartheid South Africa before apartheid South Africa. Think about that.
States, while having been touched by Spanish explorations and attempted conquests, remained free of European settlements until the 1560s. Some French Huguenots founded a short-lived settlement in Florida called Fort Caroline. 3 years later, a Spanish expedition
named after King Charles, because Carol, or Carolus, which is where Spanish gets Carlos, is Charles. So
found them and massacred them, hence why the nearby river is called Matanzas, or slaughter. That same expedition would found St. Augustine, the first continuous year.
Again, a saint, so named after his first name, not his last name. Which he didn't have a last name, but that was before surnames were a thing. But again, this goes more to that point of that article where they're like, yeah, it's actually named after Americ. Oh, thank you so much, Vitingdale. Thank you so much for lurking. Most archaeology in North America is done as a quick project to save the artifacts from development. Exactly, Agarthel. Exactly. And that is something that should not be the case in Mexico, because we have archaeological sites from Baja California, from Tijuana all the way to Chetumal. Like, there is not an inch of this country. That doesn't have something on it. In fact, even in this map, which is more directed at, for educational purposes, it literally has Yucatan, the Mayan pyramids, Campeche, the fortresses, Tabasco, the Olmec, the big, huge Olmec heads that people know about, It shows all of this stuff. Even here in Hidalgo, it shows stuff, right? Like there is stuff from here, from Cozumel to Rosarito. You know, we love the tangents. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad. Most of them don't become sites. They're gathered and then destroyed for roads. Exactly, exactly. And see, that's one thing that I really wish that Mexico would be better at, because we have the INAHI, we have the National Museum, the National, or pardon me, the National Anthropological Museum. I'm like, why don't they give grants to the historians that are trying to do preservation work? This is why there is a scholar in Egypt, actually, that I've been meaning to discuss, to get in contact with, because he does conservation work. In fact, that's his main thing. He's known for that. And I would love to either, I mean, right now I don't work at the, like right now my contract was ended, right? But if I start working somewhere else, I would love to try to set up, even if I have to do a lot of the planning myself, I'm willing to do it, to bring him from, because he works at the Egyptian Museum in Cairo, to have him come here and to teach conservation methods to both historians, right, and also to archaeologists, anthropologists, etc. Like have it as a series, right? And I don't know, I would try to do it so it would be like, because I know he speaks English, right? So it would be in English, and a lot of the courses here are taught in English, but I would want it to be like hybrid or something, so that way people that can't attend and can't come all the way to Mexico City can also partake in, right? Like, that would be something like, if I had to, I would literally watch it on stream if I had to. That I would be totally down for that. The Olmec kind of had, like the Irish, we have massive heads too. And welcome, inviting guests. So good to see you. Settlers never stop. That's true. You're welcome. Good to see you live. We almost rated over, but was guided elsewhere. Are you on YouTube today? Yes, I am on YouTube. So make sure, if you have a YouTube account, make sure to head on over to YouTube. Make sure to like and subscribe. As the closer we can get to 500, or I forget what the number is, then I also can start, getting super chats and memberships and stuff like that for the channel. So that way I can put out members only content too. But yeah, that's something I would like to do, because as a historian, I just find it so strange to me that, I mean, there are even sites of more modern things, right? Like even things in the colonial heartland that it's like, oh, like for example, I don't mean to go off on too many tangents, but like the other, like about a month ago, I guess, I was driving with a friend of mine. I was in the passenger seat. And we went to go to this carniceria. Well, essentially, it was like a store, but they had like a butcher shop in the front, and then they had like a regular grocery store on this side, a Soriana's. And there was this ruined monastery or like abbey or something there, and it's like imposing, right? It's like a 5-story building. I mean, I don't know, maybe I'm over exaggerating it a bit, but that's what it was. This huge building, and like the roof has fallen in. It literally looked like a scary. It looks like a place that like a Scooby-Doo scary place, right? Kind of like that type of, But are they doing any work to preserve it? To conserve anything of it? No. There are people that have been using some of the blocks. I mean, and I can recognize why they're doing it, to like build their homes, right? Which is very typical. I mean, that's something that throughout history people have done. But it's like we have this monastery, I believe. It's a monastery, and it's cathedral that it eventually became vacant because of reasons. I don't know exactly the full. It's something that's much more earlier in the colonial period, I believe, than my area of expertise. But point being that it's just there. Like it's literally on a street corner across, like catty corner from a Soriana's. Right? Like, how is this not being preserved? Like, this could be a focal point for that town or for that municipio. You know what I mean? Like, they could preserve it, make a museum, right? I'm sure there has to be documents talking about it. Like there's so many projects I want to do like that, but it's so hard because it always comes down to money. Bottom line, it's always about money. Oh, please do go on tangents. I'm in the Great Lakes area. Oh, awesome. But I have worked on sites for my anthro art history degree, so I'm very much yes. Like that's another thing too is from what I was able to gather in my very light research, because again, it's not my area of expertise. Because like in colonial Mexico, I try to focus instead on the 17th century, not the 16th century. And this was built in the 16th century, so it's a little too early for my own work. But I still had my interest peaked. So like, oh yes, it was abandoned because it was too far out away from the colonial center. So there was like, and I'm like, there's so much interesting history here. Like it was abandoned because the indigenous people, fought against the fact that they were trying to subjugate them. I'm like, how is that not something we want to preserve and have a museum for? Like, excuse me, you know? And we know that they had artwork, and we know that there are, and from what, oh, I should say, I read that there are supposedly relics there that are buried, right? I mean, because the building collapsed, not because, oh, it's like a hidden treasure. It's because the building collapsed, right? After so many years of disrepair. It's like, literally, like, the ceiling of the church building, like, the whole thing just fell right through. Like, you can see it. So people say beneath all of this rubble, you might find the, whatever hasn't been taken in the 400 years since it was 300 years since, it was last used. Imagine what we could learn about how did they depict Jesus to the indigenous people in this area? How did they, you know what I mean? Like, how did they navigate the language barrier? How did they do all, there's so much. Let alone, I don't know where its archive is, because I do know one of the main archivists in the town nearby, but he's so big, like, it's not his full-time job, and I get that, right? Because, again, it's a small town, right? For them to pay a salary for a full-time archivist is hard. So he does it as a kind of, the kind of, work of love, right? But he's very busy, right? Because he also teaches at the university, etc. And so, well, at the extension of the university. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Point being, it's very interesting too, because then you also have the birth records, or the baptismal records of people, right? Like, I don't know at what point you start to have people that speak Nahuatl, and it's right sort of near a boundary, I think. Maybe I'm misremembering it, where people also spoke Purepecha, right? And the Purepecha are like in south, they're here in this area of Mexico. Right? So, I'm here in Ciudad de Mexico. This is like, oh, did I say Morelos? I meant to say Estado de Mexico, I'm sorry. Estado de Mexico. So it's like somewhere out here. And somewhere around this point, there was a linguistic border where the Purepecha people and their language, which is different from Nahuatl, was spoken. And so it would be so interesting to know, like, was this one of those boundaries where you see documents, which I don't know. Again, I don't know. I would have to research it in full, and possibly go there at some point to do like an actual assessment and go with some archaeologists and such. But point being, that we don't know where that border was. So to find, and because this was so early, and it's just outside of the colonial heartland, it's just right here. Would this be one of the first places where the church started to have to adapt the way in which they taught Catholicism for a people that were not Nahua, but were Purepecha, that had a completely different religious life, a completely different language, a completely different social organization. But right now, it's just rotting there. Sadly, it's beautiful. Like literally, it's like its wall is very high of where it is, which kind of speaks to the fact that it was on a kind of frontier, right? Like it needed high walls for defense, right? I mean, that makes sense. But I hate that so little is known about it. Like, please, someone write a book about it. Possibly in Madrid. Maybe. Hello, Nightingale. Yes, make sure to boop. um, so when it comes to records of churches and stuff like that from the Indies, I would love to go. Like, if I could afford to go, it would be a dream to go to the archive of the Indies in Seville. It wasn't in Madrid; it was in Seville because that was the port. It was the area where they had all of the. To go there and actually be able to do some of the research that I wanted to do. Because we have people, for example, that are talked about, like that. So I guess I'll say this: so there was a film that we watched that's based off real events with the Carvajal family, where because the youngest son had been raised in the church and was a priest, etc. Right? He was a monk or whatever. They didn't hold him guilty of being Jewish. When he saw Jewish things happening at a funeral of his family, and he literally outed them all out as being Jews. And essentially, they all were tried and brought to a natural end, put it like that, in Mexico City. And so that speaks to the fact that there were people we know of, and this is because, again, I also do Jewish history. That's my intersection, right? Latin American Jewish history. That would mean that it's possible to find places where you also have, Jewish people that are crypto Jews, at least that's the term, or conversos, etc., right? And see how they're navigating being on the other side of the planet in the New World, right? How they have to deal with the fact that the indigenous people also are being held to this standard, right? Blah, 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 all these things. Because of all of the colonial period in Mexico. And I think the book is on my throne. So if people want to help me get it, it's on my throne. It's called the El Iluminado, the Enlightened One, I think, something like that. It's the only extant text we have of a Jewish person in colonial New Spain. So 1521, technically 1519 to 1810. We have one text. One. And I believe that we can find more. Because if there was one, then there may be or at least another one. You know what I mean? At least that's something I would like to get more into. Possibly, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Okay, let's go look at... Have people ever seen this?
So, Billy Yank, my very good.
Have people ever seen Atunche before? Yeah, it would be awesome, indeed. Have people ever seen this? Atunche? When he does Billy the Yankee. I forget what the Confederate guy is, but I think he also works in history. He's also a historian. And his focus is on the Civil War and thereabouts. These were educated people, so maybe, yeah. So we know that there were people suspected of being Jewish that were put on trial. I mean, they had an inquisition in Mexico for a reason, right? Like, I mean, a horrible reason, but because there were Jews there. There is good evidence to show that there are figures that, their writings have never been digitized, have never been published, right? Are only in manuscript form, that maybe speak to them being Jewish, because there are some people that were taken before the Inquisition and then forced to live a life of silence. I mean, that means being, not being silenced in that way, but like they couldn't write anymore. They couldn't have relationships anymore, right? They essentially just had to be a servant, right, as a nun. His 2025 Frankenstein movie review is bad? Oh, okay. Well, this one is wasn't it kind of about states' rights? Talking about the Civil War, of course. So let's see. I'll do a couple because they're kind of jokey. So we'll see how it goes.
Friend, wasn't it kinda about states' rights?
Yeah, Johnny Reb. States' rights.
Also, by the way, just a quick reference: the red cape, that's J.E.B. Stewart. He was known for being very, I guess, flamboyant. And so, by the way, I love that chest. It looks cool. He would wear this red cape because he liked having it flutter behind him, right? This like so.
To on, slaves! Whew.
There it is.
Checkmate, Lincolnites! Welcome.
And yeah, if you've ever seen the meme where it says "Checkmate Lincolnites," this is where it comes from. This is where it comes from. So, I like how there's a mummy poster up here. Like, yes, the 1860s, the day of the mummy.
Back to the show. I missed you all so very much. Now, watch and be amazed. For tonight I will prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the war between the states had nothing to do with slavery. It was about states' rights versus tyrannical overreach in federal government.
No. Actually, the Confederacy was far more despotic than people think. Like, this belief that it was like a ANCAP utopia.
Not really, man.
Hold your horses now. John C. Calhoun himself said that if there be no protective power for the states, they must be forced to rebel. What about the Tariff of Abominations in 1828? States' rights was an issue way before slavery. What about the Whiskey Rebellion and Shays Rebellion? And so many other times when issue of states' rights or limitation on federal power in general popped up as stated. Also, I must ask, are you an anarcho-syndicalist?
What a weird thing to ask. Also, are you an anarcho-syndicalist? I need to know. I need to know, bro. I need to know.
I don't know what that is, so no. But to your point, yeah, I mean, states' rights was a huge issue in the early national and antebellum periods and remains one to this day, as was slavery, right from the very beginning. The two issues intertwined in really interesting and complex ways before finally coming to a head in the secession winter of 1861. It's a big topic, so would you mind if we went about this chronologically?
Certainly. Where shall we begin?
7 years ago, baby.
The first war of American independence.
Oh my gosh, that's the fact that some people call, if people call the Civil War the Second War of Independence, that's so cringe. Oh my gosh. That is so bad. Just, no.
You Northerners grew to become the self-same yoke we once fought so hard to throw off. Forced into secession by your many aggressions and usurpations, we reluctantly took up the mantle of American freedom to found a truly more perfect union as the Founding Fathers had intended. A confederacy of autonomous republics vis-a-vis the states.
The Articles of Confederation were horrible. Right? Hence why the United States got a constitution. Because having each state be as an independent country doesn't really work to be a union. Right? Doesn't really work. So, but and this was something that was described in the law itself, right? Like how you get the transition from the Articles of Confederation to the Constitution is that because all the states signed onto the Articles of Confederation, which said that they had now formed a perpetual union, so eternal, then legally transferred into the language of a more perfect union. that meant that extended that concept of perpetuity. So the idea of nullification, I don't want to get too, the idea that you could, secede, technically is unconstitutional, right? Like, because the legal logic from one thing to the other is that there's a perpetual union and a more perfect union, right? That are part of one another. Therefore, secession is impossible.
Together for mutual advantage, but free to pursue our own destinies. And
Oh wait, let me see. Sorry. The poster fits. It's just a glance into Egypt's future when the Brits controlled and occupied them in the 1880s and exported the whole fascination with mummies diluted. The fact that people used to eat mummies is just beyond to me. Like, like the fact that they used to like crush it up and put it in their food. Like, I don't know. That's
stuff.
Well, we tried that at first, with the Articles of Confederation, but that worked about as well as a screen door in a submarine.
Well, you would think that, wouldn't you? Because it was you, government-worshipping Northerners, who bamboozled us liberty-loving Southerners into ratifying the Constitution and accepting...
Okay, I'm sorry. Liberty-loving Southerners? Excuse me. Liberty-loving Southerners. No. No.
Much more powerful federal government than we had originally bargained for.
Actually, most educated people in the Deep South were all for the Constitution and eagerly sought the stability it provided. The Revolutionary War had been incredibly hard on the Carolinas and Georgia. The fighting there was highly unconventional and brutally partisan, and it absolutely devastated the entire region. And we got to remember, at the time, these were still sparsely populated backcountry colonies. The halcyon days of King Cotton were still far in the future. In 1788, the South Carolina...
Oh gosh, to call it the halcyon days of King Cotton. Yeah. Oh. They were not halcyon days. I'm sorry. Like, I know this is supposed to be in as a joke, and it's supposed to be a kind of interlude from like that very dense lectures material we were just going through. But halcyon days.
House of Representatives met to consider ratification of the new Constitution. Arguing for the document's merits, Federalist Delegate Charles Cotesworth Pinckney did not mince words.
The southern states are weak. We are so weak that by ourselves we could not form a union strong enough for the purpose of effectually protecting each other. Without union with the other states, South Carolina must soon fall. Is there any...
Okay, one thing I do want to say, and Bad Lefty, I'm glad that you're here since... one thing Atunche does a lot, and I think it's kind of interesting, is that when he does, like, where most people would do, like, a British accent, right, for old-timey people, he does an Irish one. And it's actually kind of strange, because he makes, like, the Puritans sound Irish, and I'm like, they were definitely not Irish. Like, they were very, very anti-Irish, as is with Cromwell. As a...
One among us so much a Quixote as to suppose that this state could long maintain her independence if she stood alone, or was only connected with the southern states? I scarcely believe there is.
You mentioned Shays' Rebellion, which is a perfect example of what Pinckney was talking about here. In 1786, a year before the Constitutional Convention, Massachusetts raised taxes to insanely high levels. What a shocker.
Yeah, it's very weird because, of course, he has his the balmy, sultry southern accent. But then it's like he goes Irish, and I'm just like, I don't think that the Puritans were speaking like they just came from, like, I don't know, from, like they just came from Cork or something. Like, excuse me.
Under the Articles of Confederation, the state government was basically unaccountable, and these taxes disproportionately affected the very poor. When they inevitably couldn't pay, the state seized their homes. So, led by a veteran named Daniel Shays, they picked up their guns and went down to their county seat to physically prevent the courts from issuing further foreclosure orders.
Sounds like a bunch of trouble.
I'm gonna rewind this because it's to demonstrate something, but again, people not being able to afford the cost of living and then being evicted has been a problem in the United States from the start. And that time it caused a rebellion.
Pay, the state seized their homes. So, led by a veteran named Daniel Shays, they picked up their guns and went down to their county seat to physically prevent the courts from issuing further foreclosure orders.
Sounds like a bunch of troublemaking freeloaders looking for a handout.
They were white.
Brave rebels. The tree of liberty must be watered by the blood of patriots.
Soon, protest erupted.
That is actually how a lot of people do react to this stuff. Brave patriots. The bravest of patriots. They were white. Brave patriots, of course.
Into open revolt. The Confederation government was basically toothless, so it was up to Massachusetts to put the rebellion down. It took the state...
Not gonna lie, I love how much they'd hate being given... No, that's 100% perfect, right? Yeah. How much they hate being given Irish accents. Yeah, like, I'm almost tempted to go to one of the videos so you can hear it. We'll watch a little bit more, because I see that there's like a peak up here, and then at about 10 minutes we'll move to something else.
Months to organize a response, and there wasn't enough public money to raise a militia, so they had to rely on, get this, private donations from the wealthy, who certainly didn't want a bunch of poor people with guns running around. Once they did raise...
That's literally how, like, yeah, you know how America should work? It should be poor people living off of donations from the wealthy. It doesn't work. They don't want poor people with educations and,
troops, the rebellion was quashed pretty quickly, but all things considered, the government's handling of the crisis had been an utter disaster. Again, Charles Pinckney put it well.
Ask the people of Massachusetts if the Confederation protected them during the insurrection of Shays.
His words take on a whole new meaning when you consider that South Carolina's greatest threat of rebellion came from within many South Carolinians' own homes. Their own oppressed underclass had a much longer and more turgid list of grievances than any Shays regulators could write. And if a relatively small rural rebellion could bring a prosperous and populous state like Massachusetts to its knees under this system, then what possible chance would the states of the Deep South have in the event of their worst nightmare? A full-scale slave revolt.
All right. So perhaps the Confederation government was to be improved upon. But you can't deny that we Southerners ratified the Constitution only warily. We embraced it out of necessity, but opposed it ideologically. I now quote Representative Rawlins Lowndes, a most honorable gentleman, responding to Charles Pinckney in that same debate.
The Treaty of Peace with Britain expressly agreed to acknowledge us as free, sovereign, and independent states, which privileges we lived at the present in exercise of. But this new Constitution at once swept those privileges away, being sovereign over all, so that this state will dwindle into a mere skeleton of what it was.
Like, just hearing these debates, that suggests, if anything, the Articles of Confederation might have been better, if for no other reason than seemingly made revolution more likely plausible. Well, yeah, because essentially what it does is that it means that they have no standing army of the United States. Each state has a militia. This was actually a problem during the Civil War. Why? Because each state that had seceded had to choose, had to vote whether or not they would send their militias to go fight in the war. Right? Because they didn't have a national... So...
Well, you're not going to like this, but the reason that Lowndes was so concerned about South Carolina's waning self-sovereignty was because of that part in the Constitution that allowed Congress to ban the importation of slaves starting 20 years from then, in 18...
That was the problem. Slave revolts were expensive when time is corporate money, I mean. Oh my god, this is such a good pause, champ, though. Like, what is that look? Right, more centralized control and protection ready for the property classes is what follow the present. Right. And that's the reason why now you have so much like the state itself. Oh, well, the state has to be tough on crime. The state has to be blah, blah, blah. It does that as a way in which to protect property, right, of capitalists.
1908. In his rebuttal to Lowndes, Pinckney explained that they had had to fight tooth and nail to keep the importation of slaves going at all, and urged slave owners to consider other important constitutional guarantees for slavery that they had been able to secure.
By this settlement, we have secured an unlimited importation of Negroes for 20 years, nor is it declared that the importation shall be then stopped. It may be continued. We have a security that the general government can never emancipate them, for no such authority is granted. We have obtained a right to...
Imagine that. Well, oh, don't worry, guys. The government can't emancipate people. Mm-hmm. People moved west in the territories where slavery wasn't outlawed until annexation too, right? I mean, this became an issue when they wanted to extend slavery westward. It's also like an interesting thing here. So the United States had these filibusters, right? Filibusters, and what they would do is they were people that when the line was fixed, right, for the parallel, right, for the Missouri Compromise, right, that meant that in the same way how the Spanish and the Portuguese said everything east of this line is Portugal's and everything west of this line is Spain's for the whole world, right? They also looked at that line and said, everything below this line in Latin America, right, can be annexed as a slave state. And in fact, the filibuster in the Senate is named after these filibusters because they would go and try to take over, right, from the legitimate government of those countries and try to establish their own government. That's where the term filibuster in the Senate comes from. That's where it came from. Because they try to do this in Mexico, right? Baja California, with Sonora, right? Like, they try to do this. And do you know what the issue was, like, when they tried to expand slavery out west? Mexicans were against slavery. That's why New Mexico never had slavery. That's literally one of the reasons why. Mexicans were like, we already abolished slavery. What are you doing, bro? Right? So,
Recover our slaves in whatever part of America they may take refuge, which is a right we had not before. In short, considering all circumstances, we have made the best terms for the security of this species of property it was in our power to...
Oh my gosh, just to talk about human beings like this species of property, like... It's just one of those things where it's just like... I don't know. It's just one of those things that just kind of bothers you, I guess. It bothers me, I'll put it like
so
that.
This debate was two guys disagreeing about how best to support the plantation economy. Antebellum history would prove...
So Strom Thurmond was really honoring tradition then?
right. Yes, Southerners had to make some concessions, but overall, the new federal compact proved to be an enormous boon for American slavery. The slave states gained much more than stability. They also negotiated some very favorable deals for themselves that greatly enlarged their political influence within the new Union, such as the...
He's about the 3/5 compromise. The South should have never been able to get representation of things that it considered species of property. If that had been the case, so much of the horrific stuff that happened in the United States in its infancy just would not have happened. It bothers self-aware forms of life. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Like, just, how can you talk about anybody like that? I don't know. It's just, I don't know.
3/5 compromise. Over the next 70 years, the Constitution would aid Southern interests much more than it would ever hinder them.
I don't know about that, but one of the deals made during the Constitutional Convention included a provision which allowed states to leave the Union if they were dissatisfied with statehood. The states that seceded in 1861 attempted to do this and were wrongly walled upon by Lincoln and the federal government.
Okay, that is literally the opposite of reality. But that is how lost causers, right, which is something I want to get into possibly next stream, because that is something that lost causers do act like. Like, oh, we were just trying to express our rights for liberty. And then the North, right? And this is where the name, the War of Northern Aggression comes from. It underlines how deep the cancer we fight today goes. Yeah.
This is a moot point anyway because of Texas v. White, but I'll indulge you. Where is that provision exactly?
The right to secede is in Article 10.
Yeah, it's hard to hear. I spend a lot of time reading stuff from this time period, eugenicists, and it never gets... No, it does not. Because I myself, read, 19th century... I talk about race a lot, and I also do genocide studies. So I have to know a lot of this stuff, right? At least be conversant in it. And it's it never stops shocking me. It never... It's just it's just another thing. It's how on earth could people ever think this way? How on earth could we have whole systems of governance built like this? Right?
It's Amendment 10.
Amendment 10. Our great Constitution.
Right, Right. So it is because, again, like I think about how this language still exists in its own permutations today. And you know what I mean? It's like even people sometimes when they're even trying to be progressive, sometimes fall into the trap of using the dehumanizing language. But it's but it's not necessarily their intention. But it just shows how deeply ingrained it is in U.S. society, right? And so that's why, like I tell people, don't call undocumented, right, refugees, migrants illegal. Like, don't participate in that language, right? Because it bothers me when I hear it. Because I already given y'all the horrible story of what happened to me, but still, the point being that you'd never want to. I would like to think that people want to surpass, right, that very dehumanizing language, right? Especially those of us that want progress. Right? Those of us that want something better for this world. And it can start with something as simple as the verbiage that you use. Right? Because you don't want to participate in that dehumanization. Ever. It doesn't matter, oh, you grew up saying it. That is not an excuse. That is not an excuse. I hear a lot of people telling me that. I get that all the time. Oh, well, that's just how I grew up. That is not an excuse, bro. I'm sorry. That is not an excuse. Too much money and too much temptation to explain greasing the excuse between. Right, exactly. And it always comes down to that. Oh, well, I grew up this way, and times were better when you could say these things instead of being policed. I'm not policing anybody. I'm just saying, please don't dehumanize other human beings. Please. Like, that's it. That's all I'm asking for. They don't need to go full on Jordan Peterson lying about Bill C-16 or whatever it was, right? Like, come on. Don't use something that is a derogatory term against the people, that is a racialized term. Don't do it. They're human beings just like you. That's all. That's all. I'm asking basic humanity to be recognized. If that's too hard for you, well, that says a lot about you. The way that Trump uses criminality, they're sick. Yeah, exactly. Oh, the fact you brought up Laughlin. Okay, I was working on a book length project, and one of my editors, I wanted to put in the fact, when Laughlin, he goes to testify before Congress in there. It wasn't like a direct point that I needed to make, but I kind of wanted to put it in there. And they were like, nah, you don't need this. You can take this out, because I was talking about like stuff that was done in the congressional record that then affected people when you had the mass expulsions of Mexicans in the 1930s, right? So I wanted to put Laughlin in there, but they were like, no, you don't need it. You already have too many examples, or not too many, but like you already have enough examples. And I'm like, come on, I'm like, can I at least, I try to work it in somehow. I put a little footnote and stuff, but I was like, come on, like he testified before Congress saying this stuff. Like I have the printed out congressional record of that session, the 1939 session that they were saying we need to build concentration camps. Again, people act like people did not know that there were concentration camps in Europe. The American Congress was saying, should we build concentration camps? Like, again, I've shown the congressional record before on stream. I don't have it right on me, but because, that project is done now and I filed it away somewhere. But, like, come on. Anyway. Better for whom? Yeah. And it's always begging qui bono. Yeah, better for whom? Exactly. We must surpass the dehumanizing language. I do not think we will really get anywhere until we can deconstruct the bigotry that upholds these systems, and it occurs on casual combos between... Exactly. You never... This is the thing. What actually makes me feel dread is the idea that it's how easy it is to participate in that dehumanization. Right? The idea that people say it and they think that it is somehow neutral. That gives me dread. Like, there's no other way to describe it. I live in dread of these facts. Right? Of exactly what you're saying, Miss Frizzle. Because when I was in America, I heard it all the time. And there were people that I thought very kind people, very intelligent people, colleagues of mine, people that were tenured professors, using words like that, and me thinking in my mind, do you not know what you're doing? You know what? Anyway, I don't want to get too far into it, but it was frustrating.
Is built in a way of enumerated powers. That means the government can only do what is listed. All else is a right granted to the states, including secession. Okay, so the 10th Amendment reads, the powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively, or to the people. That's certainly a very broad curtailing of federal power, but I don't see anything in there about state secession.
It's implied.
Okay, well, if we're just vague booking our way through constitutional law here, I could just point to Article 6, Section 2, which states, the authority of the United States shall be the supreme law of the land, and the judges in every state shall be bound thereby. Anything in the Constitution or laws of any state to the contrary notwithstanding. In a number of early decisions, the Supreme Court interpreted that clause to mean that when federal and state law clash, federal law is supreme. That would certainly imply that unilateral secession over something like, oh, I don't know, an election not going your way, would be super illegal. Nice myth, if you worship government. According to James Madison, the great architect of our Constitution, there is nothing ambiguous about the powers that are granted to the federal government, as he says in Federalist 45. And might I add that this James Madison fellow, he was a founding father.
The powers delegated by the proposed Constitution to the federal government are few and defined.
He was a founding father.
Are numerous and indefinite. The former will be exercised principally on external objects.
Look! He's giving them Irish accents. Why? James Madison was not Irish. He was anti-Irish. Like, why are they all Irish accents? I can't, like, or pardon me, I must be getting him confused. Maybe it was another president, but like there was several of them wrote that they didn't like Irish immigration, right, in the 1840s. Maybe he was already passed by then, but like giving them Irish accents, and these are like, oh, the blue-blooded, right, like Anglo aristocrats. Because I mean, you know, but it's still kind of like odd, you know, because especially when it's like the Puritans who hated the Irish, right?
War, peace, negotiation, and foreign commerce, with which lasts the power of taxation.
Here we go. I fully believe that the U.S. would not have the medical financial crises because the medical system makes billionaires so much money if it weren't for eugenics and how much it impacted day-to-day culture so as to achieve passive acceptance. That's a very good point. That's a very good point. People don't even think things like their own health is something they have a right to. Is devastating. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Like, how is health not a human right? It's part of being human. Like, that's anyway. These same billionaires who founded the insurance companies financed the Nazis found eugenics. Well, I mean, a lot of them, I mean, like a lot of people benefit from the eugenical view that people have. Also, for those of you on Twitch, but also if someone could put a link in YouTube chat, if you would like to join my Discord server, you're welcome to. It's my Rainbow Castle, and you're all invited.
For the most part be connected. The powers reserved to the several states will extend to all of the objects which, in the ordinary course of affairs, concern the lives, liberties, and properties of the people, and the internal order, improvement, and prosperity of the state.
True enough, but you forget that Madison also...
The you have to earn your keep type mentality, social Darwinism didn't really die. No, it didn't. I mean, neoliberalism really just braved into a new life, right? I mean, that's the reason why. I mean, think about the things that people are taught. Oh, it's a dog-eat-dog out world. In fact, there's a book that's called The New Way of the World, and it talks about how that language of it's just the way how the world works is also part of that language. language that allows for people to remain marginalized, or people to be denied things that are human rights, etc., etc. Right. Thank you so much, Bedlett. So yeah, definitely, it's there.
In plain English, that once admitted, states do not have the right to withdraw from the Union.
The Constitution requires an adoption in toto and forever. It has been so adopted by the other states. An adoption for a limited time would be as effective as an adoption of some of the articles only. This idea of states reserving the right to withdraw was started at Richmond and considered as a conditional ratification, which was itself considered as worse than a rejection.
His whole theory of
Again, it's just funny to hear them all in Irish accents. Like, I don't know, it's just something.
compound republic proved to be pretty crucial to Southern political thought. Thanks in part to Eli Whitney, over the coming decades, the cotton industry...
Oh my gosh, Eli Whitney's cotton gin. I've always found it important to not, like, yes, it was a technological advancement, but this is something I myself have written about in my own work, and that is the relationship that marginalized people have to technology is fundamentally different from those that form, right, particularly in settler colonial states, right? So seeing it as progress when what it caused, right, what it then led to, right, the expansion of cotton, blah, 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 right, rejects the fact that, again, the indigenous people, marginalized people throughout history, their relationship to technology has changed drastically. Because a lot of times that technology was used to exploit them or other things, right? Like there are so many other things I could bring up. But it was the gin, the cotton gin, that allowed for King Cotton to become King Cotton in the southern states. So it's, oh yes, it helped the Industrial Revolution. Yeah, sure. But at what cost? And it isn't a cost in, so to speak, species, right, in coins. It's a cost on the human, just humanity. It makes the oppression of individuals into a moral issue. The only reason why you are poor and oppressed is because, yeah, that is what they say. Also, with Eli Whitney, didn't he invent it to try to get rid of slavery? I will say this. In the lead up to the Civil War, right, most of the generation, like the Jeffersons and all of that stuff, the early people in charge, also, hello, Powerful Finger, welcome in, they had started to see that eventually slavery would phase out at some point, right? And that's kind of how a lot of people like Thomas Jefferson, etc., sort of saw it. I'm not going to say, that they wanted complete manumission and all that stuff, but the important point being that what changed was when the Industrial Revolution started to take off in England, right? Which is 1780. In fact, again, that's why this book is so important that I'm reading here, The Causes of the Industrial Revolution. Because it talks about how trying to see exactly where it says. Because it's right around here. Because it's talking about two different things that America did that are important for the Industrial Revolution. In the New World, there was some Industrial Revolution, but many industries came so late that they were able to begin operations on the modern plan, right? So this is another thing about the United States, right? It likes to say, we started from the bottom and now we're here, right, so to speak, right? That isn't true. A lot of the industrial base of the United States was essentially found. Yes, and if you're looking a way to support me, there are those ways, as well as my Ko-fi in the pin chat or through my Throne. Um, well, I'll keep reading. Oh, pardon me. What I was trying to say was, because, yes, it's about the Civil War. At first we were talking about colonization, now we switched over a little, just for a short bit, to the Civil War. Because how they interact with one another. Is that because of that, the United States actually didn't have to go through all the preliminary stages that countries in Europe had to. So it got the factory once it was already, more or less finished, right? And then claims, oh, we started from nothing. Now we're here, right? Which is not true. In the United States, and to a slight degree in Australia and Canada, there was some small-scale and domestic industry to be destroyed and or superseded. So again, the Industrial Revolution came about by destroying or superseding small-scale and domestic industry, right? And gradually, you have this move to most of these occupations, like those that existed on the frontier, passed into factories and workshops. There were a steady shedding of the by-occupations by the farmer and a corresponding concentration on his main tasks. Improved roads, canals, and finally the railroad brought a wider area within the reach of factory products, and spinning wheel, churn, and candle mold became antiquities. Right? So, what this is getting to, because it does talk about the Civil War, is that but agriculture and commerce remained the chief interest until the Civil War, right? And so that's speaking to this, right? Is that the United States got factories once they had already been perfected, so to speak, right, in Europe, and then it used it to get rid of the domestic industries that it had, right? So, which is what happened in England as well, right? But because of Eli Whitney, that essentially gave second life to the slavery, because of the first Industrial Revolution in England, being focused primarily on textiles, right? It's textile industry. So, because yes, taking cotton from the bulb itself is very difficult because it cuts you. It's horrible. I'll look at the YouTube chat in a second. I'm looking at this. Harriman and Brown worked with Prescott Bush as close friends to finance Thyssen in Germany. So much W. Bush was facing reparation lawsuits for Auschwitz in the aughts. Oh, I see. The Harriman brothers' mother founded the Eugenics Records Office. Oh my gosh, that's something else. That's something else. The railroad construction is a story. No, that's true. That's true. The U.S. government was basically giving land to the newly occupied territories of private businesses were building up. Right, pretty much, yeah. I mean, in fact, there are still company towns today in the United States where the corporate or the company owns everything, where your house belongs to where you work, where the only store is the one that they still exist in America. America loves to act like, oh, we've already surpassed that. No, they have not. No, they have not. Why do we know that this is the case? Well, because one of them, Morenci in eastern Arizona, they once did their own deportation of Mexicans. Why? Because they were striking for better working conditions. So they put them on train cars and took that train out into the middle of the desert and just dumped them there. And this was before the 1930s mass expulsion of Mexicans. Didn't know that they still exist. I know in Brazil are these days becoming common. Yeah, especially right where they're destroying the Amazon. It's ridiculous. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, cui bono. with the dictatorship of capital and all technology saves not only one iota of labor for a laborer, rather serves to intensify the service. Exactly, that's a very good way of putting it. Value extracted, it saves the cost of labor for the capitalist employee. Yeah, cui bono, right? Who benefits? Many, including the inventors of technology, are very naive about the the political, and I mean we see this now with like what's it called, AI stuff, right? I mean that's why I put in the title, because I thought maybe we'd get to some AI stuff, but AI is another example of that, right? What are they telling you? Oh yeah, everyone's going to lose their job. What? I'll take an oil well, man, Cam, for 500, Alex. Yeah. Uh, or they do, not unlike much of the population generally. If anything wouldn't surprise me, it's more common psychologically for the inventors to most proximate development of new tech to have the most romantic. Oh, for sure. Especially in a country that already romanticizes the, like, self-made man, genius inventor, right? Like that's something that America's always been about. Precisely because they're more likely to be invested and passionate about it, because it's what they do with their lives. In a similar fashion to how lawyers tend to overestimate the historical rule of law and tends towards idealistic rather than materialist notions. That's a very good point, actually. There's a book I have that talks about the history of English common law, essentially. And I also have one up here that's the civil law tradition. And it is very interesting that because of the way in which common law works in the United States, people take a much more idealistic view of how the law works in the United States, as opposed to civil law like jus civilis, right, or the Napoleonic Code, right, which tend to be what's called statutory law, right, very different. So like the role of the lawyer, the role of the court is very different. Because like here in Mexico, we don't have precedent. We don't have legal precedent. Right? There is a way to get to it when it comes to the Supreme Court. If the Supreme Court has 5 different cases and it rules the exact same way, then it becomes precedent. AI Anthropic, yeah. Yeah, you almost feel like they think it's some kind of sorcery or high philosophy because it's yes, that's a glorified bureaucracy, yes. Like, that's the reason why so many people fall in the cracks through the legal system. Right? Because it's supposed to do all of these things, but it doesn't. Right? And in reality, it's punitive at the end of the day. Like, that is at its heart and soul, is the fact that it ultimately wishes to be as punitive as possible against the working classes, etc. Deeply and obviously flawed on the one goal, more or less, to navigate the best possible outcome, which may be still not that great among even worse ones. Right, exactly. That's a very good. That's the reason why statutory, like Roman law and all that stuff, like, is something that tries to. I'm not saying it's better. I'm saying it functions differently in how it views how the law works. Is that there needs to be an expression for, well, if this happens, we do this. If this happens, we do that, right? Because of the fact that it's to ensure that as much of the law can address as many problems as possible, right? So that you don't have that more idealistic aspect there. Because instead, what you're forced to do is look at the statutes and say, what does it say to do? Right? And again, I'm not saying that's good. It has its downsides for sure. But it is different because, like, we don't have juries, right? We don't have, right, things like that. So it's different. I'm surprised that the U.S. didn't continue slavery, and I don't mean through the prison system, because picking up fruits from trees is not even automated to this day. In Brazil and Colombia, slavery existed on coffee plantations for decades after they Look, powerful finger. I would say that when it came to the Bracero program, which America likes to think was positive, wasn't. The conditions of the Braceros meant that they lived in uninhabitable living quarters, sometimes weren't paid, were kept as far away from towns and cities as possible. They were essentially put in shacks on the edges of of one property, and everything they did was at the behest of their employer. And so, in effect, yes, they're getting paid, but they are forced to do precisely what you're talking about, picking fruit. Right? And even to this day, right? In many cases, the farmers, the people that own the farms, I should say, right? They hold the sway over their workers, where at any moment they could call ICE on them if they were to ask for better working conditions, right? So it's definitely not the same as chattel slavery. But whatever it is not good, right? Like technically, even undocumented immigrants have labor rights. Are they respected though? No. And that's a huge problem, which is why you have these inhumane conditions. And like I forget, so I used to know someone that lived in the Central Valley of California. And she told me that when she would go work, because she didn't always have to go work with her parents, but when her parents needed help during, I think it was peach season? I don't remember. They would get 10 cents for essentially a ton, like a huge box that weighs a ton of fruit. 10 cents. I don't know if that's standard or not. That was just what I was told from one person's experience. 10 cents. So it's about doing it as quickly and as much as possible. Right? Your safety is never their concern. Right? In fact, before the mass expulsion of Mexicans in the 1930s, they made it so that it would be using nuclear family as reference here, the nuclear family, right? So the mother, the father, working, picking the fruit, or whatever it was, sugar beets, doesn't matter. And they would leave, okay, so you know how they have like rows of like strawberries, rows of tomato, whatever it is, right? And they're all in neat rows, right? So the mother would be facing this direction, at least the picture illustrates it like this. The father's looking this direction, he's picking the fruit, and they literally have the baby, right, in like a little basket, in the little furrow right there, where there is a gap. Hello, Gato Surfer. Right? So, like, the baby's right there. What protection does the baby have? I mean, they're using sharp knives, they're out in the heat, they're exposed to the elements. And I didn't even mention the fact that they would spray people. They would spray, I mean, there are pictures of this, of people spraying Mexicans with DDT because they needed to clean, because Mexicans are whatever, right? So, let alone the fact that when this actually happened, where in fact my mom talked about this once, she had before, that the reason why there was a period of time when people did a boycott of grapes and watermelons, right, for the farm workers movement, was because there were babies that, because they were spraying horrific pesticides above them, right, they would get planes and then drop pesticide, right, on the people, the workers. That there were babies that were being born with birth defects, right? People that were becoming infertile, blah, blah, the list goes on. They didn't care. They wanted you to go back to work. If your kids didn't finish school, or even better, because this is why so many people were denied. In fact, they even did it like this. Even if you went to a school, right, they would have two tracks, right? The one for the regular kid, right, where they would get to go to, prepare for college or whatever. And there was one guy, I remember reading his story, his testimonio, and he was talking about how just because he was Mexican, they never let him even consider the academic. They're like, oh no, you'd be much happier doing the workforce stuff, right? Learn how to fix cars, learn how to be a landscaper. He chose the academic route, but they said you wouldn't really be happy doing that. Which is why a lot of people did leave school. And what did they have to do? Help their parents to make the money so that way they can survive. That's why when people make fun of a lot of the stuff, it bothers me on a different level. Because there are people who have worked until every cell of their body was tired. And yet they were still willing to be kind, generous people that didn't dehumanize others. Definitely worked a harder day's job than I've ever done. Yes, Filipino. So what happened with the farm workers movement was the reason why the boycott worked, the reason why the strike worked, was because the Mexican and the Filipino farm workers, both of them banded together. They had solidarity and they both kept it up. Because usually they would try to use the opposite group as scabs if they had an protest, right? So yeah, it was because of that too. So let's see here. Prisoners are rented out. Yes, out to plantation. Super convenient loophole, as you right. Because I mean, it says in the 13th Amendment, right, that the blah 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 the institution is blah blah blah, comma, except if for punishment of a crime. And now you have private prisons. So, 10 cents for a ton of slavery. I live in a developing country. You could have gotten $15 per day for 300 pounds of peaches, and I'm talking about a decade ago. Now with labor shortages, you can get $30. It doesn't matter. Like, honestly, from everything I know and all the stuff I've ever researched, even when times are bad, they make it worse on the workers. They work them literally to death. Like, there are stories of people dying at work, picking fruit, because they're in their 70s. Because they don't get to retire. You don't get to retire if you're undocumented. You pay for someone's retirement, someone else's retirement, but you don't get to retire. Because I know people that are in their 80s that are still working. Like, there's this one, this guy, he's like in very, very, I think he said he was in his 70s. And I'm like, this man deserves to be in his home drinking some cafecito, eating a concha, something nice, being with his grandkids. No. He is compelled to sit out on the street and sell wares to earn a living in order to be able to afford tortillas, potatoes, the most basic of food, so that way he can survive. That to me is a level of inhumane I cannot find the words to express. He's worked construction. He's worked all of these things. He's tired. He's tired. He still wakes up every morning. You can still see him because he's by this park every single day, except for Sunday. Every single. So when I see dumbasses that try to steal from him, like, this person deserves to be given an amount of care and time to rest unlike anything they will ever be able to get, either here or in the United States. And it sickens me. It makes me feel horrific as a person, knowing that there's very little I can do, right, as individually, but that's how everything is framed. Oh, well, what can you do individually to change the situation? Very little. Very little. But that speaks to the fact that it's a systemic problem. Like I said, like in the United States, I know people that are grandparents, and what do? They are there on the exits of some of the freeways of the 105, of the 405, selling oranges, fruit, fresh fruit cut up in cups. That's what they do. When they should be retired, they should be able to finally have some rest after having worked decades in the United States. It's so disheartening. I can't even put words to it. Let's see here. Is solidarity? Yes. They knew what they were doing. Yeah, exactly. No comment. Always the artificially imposed hierarchy of capital. Whenever shit bad, elites pass the L's down. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. And follow down the socioeconomic hierarchy until they are finally able to come rest with the last person and not be able to afford to pass the L any further. Right. It's like I said earlier in the stream. I understood very well when James Baldwin says it is expensive to be. But for me, that meant even with one's life. It is expensive to be. The expense that you, as a human being, also have to pay. It's very expensive. Again, I know people here that they have either young kids, right? In fact, people make fun of them in a lot of American cartoons because they sell gum, right? Or they sell little knickknacks. There are so many cases of those kids being harmed, everything else, let alone the fact that they still have to earn a living. A child that should be in kindergarten instead is having to sell on the street in order to feed his family. And yet, the thing I hate to hear the worst, among other things, is that's just the way how the world is. I rebuke that. That is not the way in which the world should be. And I'm not going to accept it by saying it's just the way how it's just the way how the world. Because that's unacceptable, in my eyes. For me. I recently found out that people working at meatpacking plants are having one of the riskiest jobs. Yeah. Yeah. Again, a lot of those jobs too require people to also not be able to work anywhere near their family. Because I did used to know someone that they worked at Tyson, I think, Tyson Foods. And their job was like over an hour away from where they live, from where their family was. So they would rent out like a little motel, rooms for the workers. And then when they had their day off, if he was willing to drive all that way, he could go see his family. But every day from sun up to sundown, they're just working on different things, right? And it's a very tough job. It's a very tough job. It's a very... I mean, with everything you have to do, right? Like, let alone what you're seeing, what you're having to participate in, right? So, anyway. Also, that assholes like Bezos can rent out like the whole city in Italy or whatever, fucking of their whimsies. Yeah, pretty much. No, that is how the world is made by the greed of men. Yeah, or needs to be, but it is a very convenient thing to have the mass of the white population trained to believe, or the actual existing ruling class at present true. What upset me the most was working on diaries was how the knowledge of elder workers was disrespected by these 30-something suburban raised white farm managers when they should be retired. Exactly. Look. This was in Texas. The whole family had been working for this one business, and they'd employed 3 generations of their family. The way they treated them, these people literally worked their entire lives at this one place. Right? And the kid saying, like saying dumb shit to them, right? Like trying to say like MAGA stupidity to them. To these like grandparents whose hands, oh my gosh, their hands. It's like seeing the tributaries of an immense river. Because you can see every little vein, you can see everything on their hands. With the calluses and everything, and yet somehow they still are willing to smile and be warm to you. I don't deserve their kindness exceeds anything I could ever ask for. And so when I see people using the word illegal and other things against them, it just reminds me, you can't participate. You should not participate in the dehumanization of these people. And when I mean these people, I mean all of the people that are being, all 3 generations of that family. They were making ice jokes at them. I'm not joking. Making ice jokes at them. They had 3 generations of them living there. They acted like they just arrived yesterday, right? Because the concept of illegal rights, that you never stop being. So to make jokes about, oh, they're going to call it, oh, because their grandfather is sick. Oh, well, we should call ICE to check up to see if it's real. Blah, blah, blah. Bullshit like that. Actual bullshit like that sends me up a fucking wall. Up a fucking wall. It's just unbelievable to me that anyone would have the inhumanity to say something to a person that has worked a harder day's work than they ever will. And they got brand new trucks when they were 16. Okay, they still have what's it called? What are those cars called? They're like the weird oblong. Oh, they look like they have like wood on the. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. A station wagon. They essentially have a station wagon, right? Old ass station wagon, because they can't afford to buy a new car. Yeah, threatening coworkers of calling ICE. These people that made your family's business prosper. Oh well, how do we know if he's really sick? What if he's actually talking to the cartel? Fucking serious? Don't even want to get into it because now I'm starting to get into like details. Anyway, you can see what I mean. I would say. And they're lobbying for workers to process even more poultry and chicken per hour. I'm not surprised. I'm sure that the ruling class idea to segregate criminals and label at the most conservative 15% of the population to be genetically criminal a handful of decades after slavery was abolished is a complete coincidence. Right, exactly, yeah. And that idea of being criminal, genetically criminal, well, that wasn't quite the language that was used earlier on, like in my area, talking about the 17th and 18th centuries in colonial New Spain. That was thought that through blood, right? Like through what essentially we now understand as genetics, what later became, right, that you could pass those attributes down, right? It's like that goes back to the fucking Middle Ages, okay? They deserve a free life, yeah. I mean, they just deserve the respect of being able to retire, right? Yeah, the emotional toll is a whole other layer to those jobs. Oh, 1000%. The actor of Marvel, yeah, Hawkeye, straight up. Here. I bet the Tyson CEO makes tens of millions a year to send kids into meatpacking factories. Oh, yeah. I mean, again, there is a cycle, right, that they don't mind perpetuating. Oh, your parents, because again, think about this. This is in their language, right? The reactionaries. Oh, your father's not in the home because he's working. Oh, your mother's the one. You know what I mean? This is why all of these things aggregate. They compound. Because again, it goes back to what Garthel said, right? The idea of genetically criminal, right? It's like, oh, but also situationally criminal, right? By way of their environment or their culture, blah, 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 right? It's that same rhetoric, just recapitulated in a different way. And so that's why it's so pernicious when people begin to use that language as though there's a neutrality to it. Calling someone quote unquote illegal is not a neutral thing. Think about what you're saying. There's a guy who pretends to be an ICE hotline, and one of the people who called was a teacher to call. Oh my! They called about a student. Oh my! That is horrifying. Okay, that's bad. I'm sorry. That's bad. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, in fact, something that Omi and Winnett talk about in the book Racial Formation in the United States, highly recommend, is that the language of their culture was just used to reframe essentially what you're talking about, because culture is just a stand-in for race, like that something that literally was done rhetorically, right? Oh well, it's not about race; it's about their culture, right? And what we do. So people who call that hotline were sick as fuck. Yeah, no, exactly 7. Didn't sooner or later you naturally wear out your ability to support yourself? Only other way that exists to do so, which is working for income. Yes. Yes. Right? Like those of us that work very precarious jobs. Right? And again, I'm only including myself because I work a precarious job. I would never wish to compare myself to someone that does something like, work in an industrial abattoir and all that stuff. But it shows how it transcends, right? Specific types of jobs. Is that's essentially what your future is sort of like. You're going to have to keep working this way forever, right? Just to survive. Because that's just as much as they will allow, right? Just to survive. And that's it. They don't care if you end up breaking your back at the end. They don't care. Right? Why? Because they're not the ones that are trying to get government to document people. That's for sure. Too much benefit in them being undocumented. The student that the teacher was calling about was in pre-K? Oh my god. That is depraved. Like that, I honestly don't even know what else to say. Like, there are so many words that come to mind, but it is literally like, we must be in hell, right? Or at the very least, hell is empty and all the devils are here. Because that's certainly what it feels like. That's just, yeah, full-blown fascism. That's why when I would talk about these things before this, people would be like, well, you got to be more nuanced about it. It's not what it is. And I'm like, America already did did two mass expulsions of Mexicans. One in the 30s and one in the 50s. What's stopping them from doing it again? Well, come on. Like, be serious. The people that were warning about fascism, the people that were warning about all of these horrific things, were the ones that were, no, you're being too enough. Where are they now? One of them is still defending the genocide of the Palestinians to this day. So, I don't know. I guess he hasn't changed much, but... A ghost of Oliver Cromwell became a pre-K teacher because he was an Irish immigrant or something? I don't know. Oh yeah, I remember the call recording now. I think my brain just hit self-preservation button. I know, like, when I made the decision to have to move back to Mexico, it wasn't an easy decision. But it was precisely that self-preservation instinct. Like, I just saw a family I've known that has been here for like 4 generations. They were here back when there were still trams, right? Like streetcars in LA. That's when they first started living here. And they're like, we're gonna have to pack up everything and leave for Mexico. I'm thinking, if they have to leave, they have connections to the community. They have all of these things that should protect them. I have nothing of that sort where I lived. Right? They had all of this stuff. I'm like, if the people that have the most amount of community, support networks, etc., are the ones that are like, we need to leave now, where does that leave me? Right? And it was not an easy choice. It was not an easy choice. But it is what it is. And I hate putting it like that because I hate putting things like that. But really, it's just one of those things where, I decided to do what I thought was best for me. Okay, so. Yeah, I hate the term illegal humans. Yeah, that should be your I think we've crossed a line when we're saying people are illegal. I don't know, I'm just playing, but I'm saying, you know what I mean? Right, it's striking that you have to be in the exceptional or fortunate minority of workers to even have, yeah, exactly. Exactly. I don't even know what to say. I was adjuncting in California. I'm adjuncting here. I mean, the only difference is, where I'm at now. So, a hope of a prayer of saving enough over your work election to even be able to have the option of not working at any point. Right. I mean, I know people that they technically retired for a short while, and then they had to go back to work because everything's so expensive. Right? So even those that did have that chance, still couldn't actually continue on. What do you do? He repeated her own words back to her, and she got so mad and accused of making her look bad? Oh. Please tell me that this teacher is no longer at the helm of a classroom. Ridiculous. And it's that historical way in which God only knows what future change. Yeah, true. And that's only for basically everyone, with at least the supplement for whatever not fully adequate, but nothing value into the mandatory retirement plan of Social Security. Right. I mean, even now, the pensions we have here in Mexico, it took a long time for them to become state pensions and blah, blah, blah. And now we're rolling out things that are for elder women and blah, such a long way to go. Such a long way to go. But I'm glad that there is at least a start, because I feel like, yeah, we can only hope. And we can only hope by way of making it so that we can change society for the better. We never had to accept it this way, and so we must reject the people that try to tell us that tell us it's okay to call people illegal. People that tell us it's okay for people to never retire, to work until the end of their days. That's what say no. To look forward, not allow for things like that to become just accepted fact. So, anyway, I am going to raid out. We are going to raid. If everyone please go to the machine, we can go raid High Potential. Make sure to tell him hi. He's a scientist. Works against nuclear proliferation, and definitely is a cool person to talk to. Make sure to tell them that Shakespeare sent you over, and thank you all for joining me. Okie dokie. Okay, well, thank you so much, YouTube. I appreciate it. This was a wonderful stream. I look forward to seeing you all again soon. As you know, my schedule, I'm going to be streaming tomorrow. So I will see you all tomorrow. Have a good rest of your day. Bye.